Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 3 o'clock session of the March 3rd Supervisors meeting. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Baumke? Here. Mr. Cavalier?
Here.
Mr. Milday? Ms. Sellers? Here. Mr. Snellings?
Here.
Mr. Sterling? Mr. Thomas?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our monthly guest, Dr. Benson, from this across the street, the school, the Alvin York Bandit building, all right?
Thank you,
How
Blake.
are you today, Doctor?
I am great, and that came
Good.
up very quickly.
Good.
But thank you, Mr. Snellings. First of all, a thank you on the behalf of the school board. Mr. Snellings and Mr. Romanello joined us on a recent snowy Saturday morning to share a little bit about revenue projections in the county, and we thank you for doing that. I think that was very helpful for the board to hear firsthand from supervisors, county administrators, to what that forecast looks like. And we are currently in the budget development work as we speak. We did have a work session last night. The board has not finalized their budget to bring forward to the supervisors just yet. We had a work session last night. We have another work session scheduled for next week, Tuesday at 5:30. We're hopeful that at that March 10th meeting that we may be in a position to adopt the school board's budget to bring forward to the supervisors. And I know that tentatively we've got something out there on March 17th as an opportunity for the board to provide a level of detail that I won't be able to provide here this afternoon. But I do want to share a little bit of additional information about where we are in the process, because things are different today than they were when I presented the school board with the superintendent's funding request in a number of areas. One is the support that we're seeing coming out of Richmond for a 1.5% increase for state employees and teachers. I do want to emphasize that when we say teachers, what we're talking about are SOQ funded positions in the school system, and only the state's share. And so our ability to be able to take advantage of that offer means that we have to come up with the rest of it essentially, and we certainly try to do something comparable for other employees within the division as well. But that was not something that was, I don't think, on anybody's radar in December. It was not part of the governor's proposal, so we're thankful for that. We also know that the VPSA bonds were reissued, and that's going to result in a slightly lower debt service. We don't know exactly what that number is, but that will be helpful to us moving forward. And then we have some really good news related to our health insurance, and for two reasons. When I presented my funding request to the school board, we estimated an 8% increase in healthcare costs, a rather conservative estimate. And at that point, it was early in the year. We didn't have a lot of experience rate to fall back on. And then we were not sure how some actions that the board took in this previous budget cycle might impact health insurance costs. And I'm really pleased to say that it looks like we're going to be flat as opposed to having an increase in healthcare costs. And again, I think there are a couple of reasons for that. One is we had a good year from an experience perspective, and we have no control over that. We want our folks to take good care of themselves so that they can take care of us and do what they need to do for the young people of this county. But again, the circumstances are such that that's not something you have control over. However, there is something that the board did last year as a part of the budget process that had an impact on that flat funding for our health care, and that is that we had 3 different tiers of health care employer contributions, and the board limited their contribution to the mid-tier product. And that caused a number of folks to choose the mid-tier product over the high-end product that we had in place previously. So we had folks move from the high-end plan to the mid-tier plan, which reduced some of our costs, and that certainly is a contributing factor for us at this point, looking at a flat health insurance increase. So we're kind of excited about that, and that's kind of significant. An 8% increase. We were projecting that to be at about 1.78 million. The other thing that happened there is that we had a number of folks, I think 138 to be precise, that came off of our plan, that had some other option that was available to them, and they took that. And so those three things, a good year in terms of claims, a change in the board's contribution to the mid-tier product, and some folks coming off of the plan have put us in a position that we didn't envision at the beginning of the budget development cycle. So the board right now is looking at the request that I brought forward. It appears as though that quite likely that what they'll bring forward to you as the supervisors will be something less than the superintendent's funding request. They're struggling right now with where those adjustments might be made. They've asked staff to do a little bit of additional work that came out of the work session last night, and we're prepared to do that. And we'll be back sharing additional information with our board at our work session next week on Tuesday. So that's kind of good news, moving in the right direction, we think. And I don't want to take a whole lot of time this afternoon, so I'm going to just do one more thank you, and then we'll see if board members have any questions that I might be able to respond to before we kind of get to the main event, because we're all looking forward to Mr. Romanello's presentation of his budget for the upcoming year. And that's the thing. I want to thank Mr. Thomas for spending part of a day with me last week. We toured 3 schools, an elementary, middle, and high school, looking specifically at some variance in class sizes and how teachers deal with that variance in elementary, middle, and high school. And I appreciate you're doing that. I know, Mr. Snellings, we've got an opportunity scheduled coming up, and Mr. Romanello, I think we've got something on the books there as well. And again, I'll just extend that offer to everyone else if you'd like to come out and spend some time in schools, individual classrooms. Is there something in particular you'd like to take a look at? I will certainly do my best to schedule that. If not, it's really kind of great to kind of reconnect with what's going on in our instructional spaces, because we really do have some incredible opportunities for our young people. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Any questions for Dr. Benson?
I have a question.
Ms. Sellers.
Well, first I'd like to take you up on the offer, but I didn't see any Garrisonville schools on the list that we were sent.
Well, we've got them scheduled. We've got them scheduled out throughout the course of the year. But I'll tell you what, is we'll make that happen. Is that I've been up that way already, but I'd be happy to go back. What I'm trying to do is that, rather than just kind of doing a walkthrough within a building, my regular visits, I am trying to co-teach a class wherever possible, whether it's elementary, middle, and high. So I've done 4th grade math. I've done a calculus class, an art class at a high school.
Time out. You don't expect us to do that, do you?
Whatever you're comfortable.
I'm not comfortable in calculus. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, neither was I, but I got to tell you that because it's been a long time. But the young people in the class were really incredible in how it's okay to get things wrong, it's provided that we learn from what we got wrong moving forward. But we'll get something scheduled then.
Well, I'd love to attend, and I'm with Mr. Snelling's calculus. May not be for me, but I'll come to chemistry. You guys still burn stuff like we used to? Because I'll come do that.
Okay, I have a chemistry visit coming up here shortly. So
well, let me know. I'll come to that. But I did have a question. It was brought to my attention. I have a good friend who started working in the county several years ago now, and she made a comment to me that when she came on, and I don't know if it's still that way, but that they start in the classroom in about August. Setting things up, but they don't receive their first paycheck till October. And I didn't know if that was true. And how do they do that? How can they go a whole month and a half, 2 months without a paycheck?
It is tough, and it has to do with our pay schedule, and you're correct. That is a challenge for us. We do have a partnership with Apple Federal Credit Union that allows teachers to take advantage of a no-interest loan to get started. So essentially the credit union is advancing them funds until they get their first paycheck. The other thing that I would like to see us do, which is right now in the working budget for the school board, is that teachers that are new to the division come to a new teacher institute prior to the start of school. I would very much like to be able to provide a per diem for teachers that are participating in that institute. That may help them get started as well. We currently don't do that, but they come anyway. The overwhelming majority of them come anyway. So
how many new teachers are we expecting?
I don't know for sure in this past year, but if memory serves, we had about 250 vacancies this last year.
And is that for all staff? So I don't want to just isolate teachers or, well, really isolate the other staff, but so does everybody in the school division? Is that true for our bus drivers, all of our cafeteria staff? So there,
Yes.
is there any way we could look at doing some sort of incentive program? I don't know, a sign-on bonus, help them out a little bit.
And there has been some conversation about that. You know, we are very keen on recruitment and retention strategies, and there may be something different that we can do there. I'm going to go back to what we've identified previously as kind of the 5 pieces of recruitment and retention. Compensation is one of those things, and that might be in the form of a signing bonus, a one-time get started with us. But we also need to hang on to those folks. Benefits is the number 2 piece of that. Work life, how happy you are and doing your job. Recognition and the opportunity to grow professionally, which is also represented in the working document that the school board is working on in terms of their budget request. But certainly not out of the picture in terms of a possibility. And the other thing is that we certainly have areas within the organization that are harder to staff, and I do believe that should come into consideration when you're looking at trying to figure out whether or not something should be differentiated and with regard to compensation or getting folks into the organization.
Right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd love to look at that and see if that's something that, I don't know if that's something that would interest the rest of the board, but I thank you for answering the questions.
Any other questions, Dr. Benson? Ms. Bunke?
You kind of alluded to this in that you had a conversation last night at the work session, but I'm curious, what are the school board's priorities that they set at the beginning when they decided on what their budget was going to be geared around, how you were going to address those budget priorities? Because then I was confused when I read the paper this morning that some people brought up additional priorities at last night's meeting when I thought you all had decided on what your priorities were going to be a while ago.
So at the beginning of the budget process, and this was in the fall, really, of 2014, the board reviewed and adopted 7 goals for the budget process. When I presented to the board, I indicated to them that we really are only addressing 4 of them directly in this funding request, because from my perspective, there's other work that the division needs to do in order to address some of the other ones. So at the top of what I brought forward to the board is aligning our compensation and benefits model with our adopted comparison divisions. And we're starting that with teachers from the compensation perspective. We've done an analysis of our benefits, health benefits more specifically, across the 9 divisions as well. So that is a central piece of what I would hope would come to you all from the school board. Improving recruitment and retention by focusing on the 5 things that I just spoke to, and we've done some work in that area, not just in terms of compensation and benefits, but also in terms of work life with climate surveying that we've done across all schools, all departments. Providing some support for our replacement cycles, buses, technology, and our facilities and maintenance, the cash capital kind of work. And then enhancing the division's ability to access, manage, and analyze information. Okay. One of the areas that was discussed last night at our work session is related to class size and some desire by board members to look to see if there might be something we can do to improve that. We have an item, another goal that was in the adopted goals, which is to revise, adopt, and support staffing goals. We really need to establish targets from my perspective. If we're going to be strategic in how we allocate those resources, we need to know what it is that we are trying to accomplish. We've done that with teacher compensation. We've done an analysis of the market. We've targeting the median of the market. From my perspective, I think we need to do the same with our staffing standards across the division as a whole. Not just teachers, but how we staff other areas as well. For example, our elementary schools are larger than many high schools in Virginia, yet we have a single principal and one principal, we'd expect that, but only one assistant principal in very large schools So there's work to be done there in establishing those targets, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cavalier.
And I'm sure, even though I've had 4 semesters of calculus in college, but that was over 30 years ago, I'm sure I'm not qualified to teach third grade math nowadays. So, but I would like to go on one, and somehow, I would like to see that email again on those dates and places.
Great. We'll get that back out to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else for Dr. Benson? Mr. Thomas, you okay? Let me recognize Ms. Kidby, Chairman of the School Board, and Ms. Hazard, Vice Chairman. Welcome this afternoon. Dr. Benson, would you introduce your staff that's here for us?
You just want to... David White, I'm sorry. He's our Chief Secondary Officer. Pam Kale, Associate Superintendent. And Valerie Cotton Gim, our Information Officer.
Welcome, folks. Glad to have you.
I'm not missing anybody.
Okay, we're going to move to presentations by the public. I do have one speaker card, and that is Dana Brown.
Hi, I'm Dana Brown. I live at 41 St. Williams Way. Dr. Benson, I think he just didn't get a chance. I think our SEA person is here too. Teresa, there was somebody else. So. Anyway, I'm here to talk to you guys about the I-95 interchange. I sat in on your meeting this afternoon about the new divergent diamond. I too have been down to Louisa, and kind of like Miss Bumke, my first pass through it to me was not instinctive. It was a little out of balance for me. Now, maybe if I lived down there and I went through it all the time, I'd be much more confident about it. But one of the things that I noticed on the plan, and I looked at the map and I watched the animation a couple of times, the big flaw that I noticed is that if you're heading, north or south on 95 and you accidentally get off at, the wrong exit, if I'm heading north and I get off at Courthouse Road and I really meant to get off at Garrisonville, there is no way on this new design to get back on the freeway very easily. Normally, you would just go down the bottom of the ramp, wait for the light, go across, and get back on. That doesn't allow this with this design. So I waited outside and I spoke with Michelle Schreier. That's a mouthful. And I asked her, I said, how would a person do that? Because, to be honest with you, sometimes when husband and I are driving and we're both navigating, we don't get it right sometimes. And it's very common for us to miss something. She indicated that if that happens, if I get off at the wrong place, to turn around, I'm going to have to go way east or way west and then make a U-turn. And she pointed out a spot, and I asked her, I said, well, will a U-turn be allowed there? And her response was shrugging of the shoulders and no comment and kind of an I don't know. So right now, and I understand from Mr. Cavalier, this isn't, early design phase, but Mr. Cavalier made a very good point. We have a lot of out-of-towners driving through here, kind of like me being down in Louisa. So if they get lost, they get off on the wrong exit, they are not going to know what to do, and it's not instinctive. So maybe when you have questions, next time with VDOT, maybe we could note that, because I think that's kind of important. That was it.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. That's all the speaker cards I have, so I'll go to the audience. Anyone on my right wishing to address the board, I would remind you that you have 3 minutes. And do not speak on any topic that's on public hearing this evening. Yes, sir.
Paul Waldowski, 8 Pickett Lane, 9 months till Election Day. I, too, was at the Infrastructure Committee meeting and also talked to the team outside. And the diverging diamond interchange is a 21st century concept. Now, everyone wants a budget, but no one wants to live within it. And obviously, this is one of those budget-related aspects. So, the other aspect that I brought up was about these vertical parking garages, because you all think that it was $7,000 was the answer, and someone made a comment that it's 4 times as much money to make a high-rise commuter lot. Well, 4 times 7 is 28,000. It's not 23,000, which was the answer. And if you have a tape of that, I'm pretty good at listening to what's going on. Now, Mr. Kluwicki, who designed this, he saw a major problem off I-44 and Route 13. And he thought outside the box and created probably one of the most interesting solutions that's not related to an interstate system, but is now being looked at engineering-wise more than any other time in really the last 50 years when it comes to interstate design. We all know four-leaf clovers are a key aspect of safety that let us get on and get off. So those are key aspects. And I'll just leave it at that. I want to shift gears. I want to remind the public that some kind of TDR ordinance was passed last time based off of planning commissioners' solution. Let me remind you all that the planning commissioners are selected. Some of them don't even live in their district. I keep going back to the concept of we pass things because they feel good, but do they really do good? And until we start realizing those aspects, we're going to keep doing the same old thing over and over again. I'll fill you in with a few more acronyms I've come up with. TGA is now a transportation growth area. It's not a target growth area. You can read all you want in the county aspects. Remember what targets are. It's where you go to shop. Just like this color that I'm wearing, red and white, except Target doesn't use red, white, and blue. And unless you're on a firing range. Can't wait till this evening. You have the best public hearing I've been waiting for a long time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Waldowski. Anyone else on my right wishing to address the board? Seeing none, I'll move to my left. Anyone on my left wishing to address the board, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Loff. I live at 9510 Airdrie Lane in Fredericksburg. I want to ask for support of Chief Lockhart's staffing request that he made the last meeting. I believe you're going to be talking about that today. As I understood it, there was a B, and C, or 1, 2, and 3 plan, and it had to do with the number of firefighters that he could hire. Well, I started my career in '69, and in '83 I joined Stafford Company 2. So I've been around this place for a long time. Mr. Snellings knows that he used to be on the committee for the fire and rescue. And we've had numerous studies done, I think at least 3 that I can think of, Baracker and 2 others, on how we should staff these units in the future. And I'm kind of disappointed that it's 2015 and we don't staff every station in the county. At times, stations are empty. And at times, stations that have staff there, they don't have enough to run all the equipment out there. There's some double function stations that have to take either or when the call comes in. And it seems like in 2015, the least we could do is support the fire chief and give him more staffing so he can staff these stations properly to handle the calls. If you listen to the radio today, one of the biggest problems is not the first call, it's the second and third call. Where we're calling for everybody from mutual aid to come in and help us because we don't have enough staffing to do it, especially on a working incident. A working incident will take 2/3 of the on-duty staff to handle it initially. So I just asked for support. I would recommend that you use the higher number, whether that was 3 or C or whatever it was. But we need to get on board with staffing all the stations so that they were staffed. Brook without a rescue squad and Rock Hill didn't have an ambulance for a long time. Now they have an ambulance only. It's kind of, in my belief, we should be a little bit advanced from that. This is 2015, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Anyone else in the room caring to address the board? I'm sorry, Dr. Benson. Come on up. State your name and address,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. Uh-oh. Well, I know my name. My address might be a problem. Bruce Benson. Let's see, 230 Malvern Lake Circle. I got it. Okay, how's that? So I was a little myopic, right, when we talked about introducing staff. And
Wait a minute. Another one of my weak points is English when it comes to these $2 words.
Short-sighted.
Put it very,
I was short-sighted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. I didn't look up further. I do want to recognize Teresa Thompson that is here this afternoon, our SEA president, and Ron Gardner with UNISERV. They have been really a critical part of coming up with this new compensation model that we have for our teachers that we're including in this budget request. So I want to thank them for being here, and of course Dr. Quinn is here as well from the central office. So my apologies.
Right, no problem. Welcome, folks. Glad to have you. With that, we'll bring it back to the board. Board presentation, committee reports by board members. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Thomas,
Defer.
Ms. Baumke.
Yes, just one little final wrap up on some of our legislative issues. As I reported at our last meeting, anything that had to do with land development, we went down in flames. They either died in committee or they failed by unanimous vote. We did have some success, which I shared at our last meeting. I would just like to say that the ethics bill did pass. It's very complicated, and if you would like to read it, I have all the information on it, but I'm not going to go into the detail at this point in time. And Ms. Sellers may have some things to add regarding the jail per diem or a few of the other items. Thank you.
Mr. Cavalier.
I'd like to report on the infrastructure committee today, and as was noted by a couple of the speakers, we did get a briefing from VDOT on the new exit 140 interchange and their new alternative design approach being what they're terming as divergent diamonds, which is different from what anything else looks like around here on 95. And it should be noted that this is very preliminary design work at this point. There have been no public hearings held. Those will be done in due course, so everyone will have an opportunity to see that design and make comments on it, and then VDOT will take those comments and design changes into consideration before the final product. So stay tuned. We did have an update briefing on our pump and haul program. There'll be a new resolution sent to the board with some minor modifications made at the committee meeting today. So expect to see that, I believe, next meeting. And Poplar Road improvements is on consent agenda today. And last but not least was the Belmont Ferry Farm Trail Phase 4. We were briefed on that. And so everything's moving smoothly right now. Thank you.
Mr. Milday.
Jack and I went to A&M Care and watched the principal and assistant principal get taped to a wall with duct tape. I mean, and for hours, children streamed through with 3 feet lengths of duct tape, and I mean, there's a lot of duct tape. That they originally, one was sitting and one was standing, but it wasn't long before he could just relax. He was in a cocoon of duct tape. It was really interesting, fun fundraiser that we got to do. But Sean Desmond and I'm not sure who else put on to raise money for Google Chromebooks. I think what they're called. But that was neat. That was a fun highlight. Except I mentioned it last time.
Mr. Mildy, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Since you were there, what happens if they're taped up to this wall and they have to go to the bathroom?
I don't know.
Is that taken care of ahead of time?
Well, there's enough duct tape that you wouldn't know until
I saw the picture. Questions answered. Thank you.
They put little signs above their heads. They couldn't move. They're completely strapped in. Like, I'm going to give all the teachers a raise out of my own salary, and it's just clever. And then I went and we knew we got an award for Aquai Landings Beach, but I didn't know what it was about. None of us really did. But apparently in the 80s, I bet you there's almost no one here that would even have any memory of this. We did something relatively new, which is the way we put breakwaters at Aquai Landing, putting rows of jetties running parallel with the beach, and then you come in with some beach road, and they just parallel sections of rock, and it creates kind of the sand comes out to those parallel rocks. It's lasted. The fact that it's lasted almost perfectly for 30-something years made us one of the top 4, and I was told internally that we did even better than that out of all the people who submitted beach projects across the country from an organization who does that, who watches that kind of thing. And then the other neat thing about the award ceremony was that it was held at one of the Rayburn Congressional Office buildings. So there was congressmen and big time politicians in there officiating. So it was really neat. And I've asked staff to try to find whoever was responsible. They should be recognized for that very, very forward thinking. We also had a community and economic development meeting today, which was full of really cool stuff. We had a great economic development update from Tim Baruti and his team working on economic development in Stafford, retail, and trying to bring in the kind of stuff we're looking for, and the social media aspect, and just it was a really impressive. I think we're doing a great job. You'll see on the agenda the small cell sites item. I won't go into much more detail, except it's self-explanatory. We're trying to change the cost of major versus minor site plans in the county. When you come in to do an addition, if you disturb more than 2,500 feet, or anything for that matter, you get a much larger fee and are subject to a lot more costs. And in some cases, that doesn't seem to make sense, nor is it fair. And that our committee, which 3 of us sit on, wants to try to fix that. A couple changes to draft cemetery ordinance that you'll also see. We've decided on a Habitat for Humanity site in the Widewater District that we think the board should consider giving to the Habitat for Humanity so it gets back on the tax rolls. And another neat thing, wayfinding. I've been working on wayfinding since 2007. George Swartz and I were on a committee that began it. And you see some signs when you enter the county that say Stafford and have George Washington with his hoop. And well, now it doesn't really work. It's part of a much bigger plan. So you're going to see 30 plus signs hopefully come up soon after we go out to bid on it. All over the county, they start kind of directing you around, but also gives a kind of a continuity, if you will, for Stafford's wayfinding. We think it's we thought it was a great idea 7 years ago, and hopefully the board still thinks it is. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Sellers?
I'll defer at this time.
Mr. Snellings?
Thank you very much. Just a couple quick things. I'd like to remind everyone that you will be setting your clocks forward 1 hour. You have to get up at 2 a.m. Sunday morning to do that. But don't forget to set that clock forward. I just want to take this opportunity to thank staff, especially Pam and Marsha, our clerks. Very rarely do we have back-to-back board meetings, and because of inclement weather, we had to postpone our meeting 2 weeks ago to last Tuesday. And it was a tremendous amount of work that had to be done by them and others to get those board packets together and get them out. So I really do appreciate everything you folks did. It really was great. Last thing is, I'm a member of the Rappahannock Youth Services and Group Home Commission. That is a mouthful. It used to be called Chaplain Group Home, and due to time restraints, I have made a decision to resign my position on that commission. Great commission, some great people. They do some great work. So I will be resigning effective immediately. And I know Ms. Sellers has expressed interest, and with her background, I think she's perfect for it. So with that, I'll ask the board to approve a motion to appoint her to that commission.
So moved.
Tally the vote. Vote passes 6-0. Thank you.
Is Musselman still in there? No. Oh, that's all the fun people are going.
I was the last of the old guys. It's all new. They need new blood. Report of the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer any comments at this time. Thank you.
And what we're all waiting for with bated breath, the report of the county administrator.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, a minor agenda change today, and that is that the proclamation to Mrs. Schwartz we'll be doing at the next board meeting, so we won't have that tonight. She had just asked to have that rescheduled based on the possibility of weather, so we'll be sure to recognize her next time. Those are the only agenda changes I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, help me out.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
I should have asked this question. I just want you to know I passed out a piece of paper that's going to be relevant in the 7 o'clock public hearing. I don't know if it's certainly debatable. So is the conditional use permit that's being discussed. But I don't know how to introduce it into the board package. I don't know the procedure. I just want to make sure.
I've discussed that with county attorney. I was advised by county attorney that it should not be in part of the board package.
All right. Well, it's in front of you.
It's in front of us, correct.
I thought the county attorney was... Okay, never mind.
We can discuss it tonight. Mr. Romanello, I assume this is about the budget?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Anthony Romanello, County Administrator, here to present the proposed budget for fiscal 2015-2016. We start our process and our ongoing process throughout the year, focusing on our principles of responsible, accountable government. The board is well aware of these. It starts with trying to get our bond rating up to where it should be. We are a AAA community in waiting. I absolutely believe we want to maintain a structurally balanced budget while planning for the future, maintain and enhance sound fiscal management and credit worthiness. We fully fund our pension liability, borrow money only for capital projects and only under very strict debt limitations. We want to maintain reserves and budget flexibility. We estimate our revenues very conservatively. And we're in a continual search for savings and innovations and report monthly on those cost savings and efficiencies to the board and to the community. We monitor our revenues as a staff on a weekly basis and provide a monthly report to the board and on the county website. Try to use innovation and innovative practices to forge strategic collaborative efforts with partnerships within county government, with our school system, and with regional agencies across the region. And we work to maintain the lowest cost per capita among our peers while providing excellent customer service. Over the last year, since we last came to you with the budget, some great news. The board and your staff was able to make great progress in our community. We opened Chichester Park. We renovated and reopened Curtis Park Pool. Grafton Village Elementary School reopened with the renovations. The Hanson 8, our land development information system upgrade, is currently underway, enhancing our services to the business community. With the board's Gwyneth Law Initiative, we were named a Heart Safe Community by the IAFC, International Association of Fire Chiefs, and also by REMS, the Rappahannock EMS Council. Mr. Milday mentioned the award for Aquia Landing. And our Parks Department and Fire and Rescue have installed AEDs, defibrillators, at all the parks in the county. You can see the construction just off of Courthouse Road of the Rouse Center, as well as Embry Mill Park. Our Utilities Department and Ms. Sellers, Miss Rudy, wrong Laura. Ms. Rudy, the county treasurer, won an award earlier this year for the online utilities bill paying. Our Employee Wellness Fair won a NACO award. And we had a year of celebration for our 350th party of the century. We started last month, and we'll have one at your next meeting and subsequent meetings with our new Above and Beyond video series put on by county employees talking about the great work they do. Tim reported on this earlier. We have facilitated nearly 500,000 square feet of newly built or newly built out commercial space in the county for 40 businesses last calendar year. Private economic development investment in the county was $60 million last year. Our jobs number is nearly $41,000. It's the first time in our history that we've crossed the 40,000 threshold. And what's exciting to me about that is we now have almost one job for every household in the county, and it's growing. Our new retail strategy is underway to bring high-end retail to the county. Virginia Power has certified data center site in Stafford, located at Quantico Corporate Center. And we finished our federally funded courthouse streetscape project just outside this building. How did we build this budget? We started with your direction, which came in January at the board's special meeting, which was not to raise taxes and to do everything we possibly could to provide sufficient funds for raises for both county employees and Stafford County Public School employees. This, of course, is bounded by the board's priorities, 6 priorities: fiscal responsibility, education, public safety, infrastructure, economic development, and service excellence. A very quick snapshot. We undertook a comprehensive analysis of revenue and budget drivers for the county and the schools, knowing that we had unavoidable increases both on the county side as well as on the school side. To meet the goal of no new taxes and to provide Stafford County schools with funds for a raise combined with state funds, all new revenue in this proposed budget, all new revenue is recommended to be directed to Stafford County Public Schools. It's approximately $2.2 million, which I'll speak to a little bit later. And to make this work, county staff did a line-by-line sharpening exercise. And even with that, we were $1 million short. So we're proposing to close the gap with managed attrition. And I'll speak to more detail as we go through the presentation. Here's how it works for Stafford County Public Schools using a sources and uses table here. On the source side, state revenue increase of $2.4 million. This is based on the budget that the General Assembly adopted on Thursday. Local increase of $2.2 million. A reduction in the cost to the school system of VRS. That's because the General Assembly and the governor made a substantial deposit into the Teachers Trust Fund That will reduce the VRS cost by $700,000. And the superintendent, in his proposed budget, had identified carry forward funds from the current fiscal year of $1.2 million. Those numbers taken together total $6.5 million. Proposed uses $1.2 million for debt service. That's a lower number than we saw in January for a couple of reasons. One is we've refined our estimates, and two, the VPSA, or the Virginia Public School Authority, went through a refunding recently, which has saved us a substantial amount of money. So that number is now down to $1.2 million for school debt service. A 2% salary increase pool of $3.7 million. The next phase of the VRS 5 and 5 of $400,000, and then again the one-time uses proposed by the superintendent of $1.2 million. Every budget is a journey, and building a budget is like packing a suitcase for that journey. As I mentioned earlier, we're proposing to allocate all new revenues to Stafford County Public Schools. With no new revenue, the general government budget, and by general government I mean the general fund, everything in the general fund except the school operating transfer and except school debt service, is flat. In fact, it's about $5,000 lower than the current year. With the $5,000 decrease, it may look like the FY15 suitcase and the FY16 suitcase are the same size, but please don't be fooled by their sizes. These suitcases are not the same. As we started to build the FY16 budget, we knew we had unavoidable increases that we would have to add. That meant we had to decrease in other areas so we could close the suitcase or close the gap. So let's build the general government budget step by step. We'll start on the increase side. 2% increase for county employees, approximately $930,000. $1.1 million increase in health insurance. I'll speak to this more a little bit later. $198,000 increase in county debt service over the current year. $220,000 for cash capital, which is part of our bond rating enhancement strategy. And you'll notice the over budget number in the far right is changing as we go with each one. A minor increase in the juvenile detention home based on our utilization within the region of $46,000. $25,000 to the Community Services Board to help them with their state mental health mandates. I'll speak to that a little bit later also. $200,000 from maintenance contracts. This number also includes property and casualty insurance, not health insurance, but property and casualty insurance for the county, an estimated increase there. 2 new positions which we're proposing for the maintenance of Embry Mill Park. You'll hear from Mr. Dayton a little bit later today on a proposal for the operator for the Rouse Center. There will be no operating cost to the county for the Rouse Center. This is simply for the park operations. We would propose those positions to be filled at mid-fiscal year when the park opens, approximately a year from now. Operating costs of about $204,000. Next increase would be new positions for the Fire and Rescue Department as well as the Sheriff's Office. These all would be funded with operational savings identified in their budgets by both Chief Lockhart and Sheriff Jett. Taken together, with all of these additions, we are $3.4 million out of balance. So where do we find the money? After all, we already provide services at the lowest cost per capita among our peer localities, and we have fewer non-public safety employees today than we did a decade ago. Finding more savings is certainly a tall order. Thinking about our challenge, I called Derek Carr. Now, Derek Carr is in our Parks Department. He's a recreation program manager and was integral to our 350th celebration efforts. But what you may not know about Derek is that Derek is a super athlete. He runs 100-mile marathons for fun. When you see Derek, you see the picture of fitness and health. I don't think he's in the chambers. He's really just like me. Just kidding. Not so much. I told Derek the challenge we were facing and asked him to help me frame this situation. Before I could finish spouting out the statistics that we're the cheapest among our peers and we have fewer staff than a decade ago, he said, "Anthony, it's a sharpening exercise. Sharpening is what world-class athletes do to get even stronger, even faster, even better. Team Stafford went through a sharpening exercise, department by department, line by line. That resulted in over $1 million in savings coming from things such as postponing equipment replacement, using more paperless technology, and reducing reliance on external expertise by developing our staff and many other areas. And so now we will begin to balance the budget. $1,034,000 in departmental sharpening, but we didn't stop there. $211,000 in fuel savings based on lower gas prices. We're estimating $250,000 in savings due to the shared services report, which we should receive later this month. This is certainly a placeholder number, but we believe there's some real opportunities there for us to reduce our costs. $420,000 savings in the Comprehensive Services Act, or CSA. This is the first time in a number of years that we're able to come to the board and talk about a decrease in CSA and not talk about an increase or even just keeping it level. And I think that's due to the excellent efforts of Donna Krause and her team. Ms. Sellers is on the CPMT, and Ms. Sellers and Mr. Thomas have been involved with the school board on our joint committee with respect to the public day school, which is really reaping benefits and how we can serve our kids better by serving them in the community. And I would mention to the board that $420 on the expense side, there's a revenue offset because about 55% of the costs are paid for by the state. So that's not a net savings of $420 because of the revenue offset. We are recommending that when the Rouse Center opens about a year from now, that Woodlands Pool would be converted from a year-round pool to a summer pool and operated similar to Curtis Park. We intend to keep it open until the Rouse Center opens, so there's absolutely no gap in service to the winter swimming community in the county. Woodlands is about a $168,000 savings in the current year, and well over $200,000 on an annual basis with reduced staffing as well as energy costs. The Rappahannock Regional Jail has a jail board meeting later this week, but the budget that they will consider is coming down about $300,000 for the county, and again, that's based on our utilization of the guests that the sheriff and the Commonwealth's attorney send down the street. We executed our sharpening exercise. We've identified savings and efficiencies, and we're still $1 million out of balance. Therefore, to balance the budget, we are committing to over $1 million in managed attrition by managing our vacancies even more carefully than before. Holding positions vacant will challenge our already stretched workforce, and we will do our level best to maintain services. General government overall from the current year down $5,000 with $3.4 million saved. When I think about our financial outlook in this post-recession new normal, I'm reminded of a Churchill quote that he said in 1942, right at the beginning of World War II. He said, "This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but I hope it is the end of the beginning." So it may be, I think, with our new normal here in Stafford. Let's take a further look at this proposed budget. Here's where we stand on the Stafford Value Index. You can see our current year numbers, and with the proposal that's in front of you, we've made progress at lowering the cost of government from FY15 to FY16. Here's the revenue picture for the county, approximately an increase of approximately $2.2 million from all sources in the general fund. This is slightly up from our January estimate due to some revisions to the real estate number as well as additional state funds provided by the General Assembly with their budget amendments next week. The economy continues to grow, but not at the pace that we've seen over the last several years. Employment projections for the nation are a little bit above, almost 2%, and Virginia's employment growth is projected to be 0.6%. Real estate is showing 2.3% growth in valuations over 2014. There's no tax rate change. This is all growth due to new construction. Our FY16 budget assumes the same growth and also assumes an equalized tax rate following the reassessment, which would occur next year in early 2016. Public Services Corporation revenue is expected to be less in the current year than it was in FY14 and below the FY15 budget. FY16 projection assumes it will remain level. Personal property, which has been on a fairly good clip of increasing over the last few years, we estimate that that will flatten out going into FY16. Consumption taxes, principally meals and sales tax, remain very strong and continue to grow. We are estimating that they will grow beyond the current year revised estimate. FY15 development fees are 11% lower than the prior fiscal year. 2014 building permits were down from 2013, but both of those years were the highest we'd seen in development activity since 2006. Fiscal 16 projections assume that these revenues will remain level and less than the FY15 budget. Recordation taxes, which tend to trend with development fees, also we're estimating that those will come down. Turning to each of the board priority areas to go through the specifics of the budget, as I mentioned earlier, there are no tax or fee changes in the proposed budget. Non-public safety agency spending is $3 million less in FY16 than it was in 2009. I mentioned the progress that we intend to make with our partners in Stafford County Public Schools on shared services and continued work toward our enhanced bond rating. We've lowered our debt capacity as we implement that strategy by about $22 million over the 10-year period. I'll speak to that a little bit more later. In public safety, we are proposing 3 new positions for fire and rescue. This would institute the ALS initiative that Chief Lockhart piloted last year that we've been doing with overtime. This would make this a permanent initiative and continue to enhance our services. In the Sheriff's Office, we're proposing two new full-time positions, fraud investigators, and then the Sheriff has asked for conversions from part-time to full-time of a court deputy and an investigator position. Both Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff, all of these positions are funded with operational savings that they've identified in their budgets. In the area of education, all new revenue is directed to Stafford County Public Schools, and combined with state funding, the 16 budget is sufficient to fund a 2% salary pool for Stafford County Public School employees, debt service, and the VRS 5 and 5. Under Economic Development, the Opportunity Fund is fully funded. The board will get the Economic Development Strategic Plan here very soon, and we'll be executing that next fiscal year. The Tech and Research Center Strategic Plan was approved by its Board of Directors in December, and we're beginning to move forward on that. And the Utilities Capital Improvement Program will be changed to help prime the pump in some key commercial areas, mainly the courthouse and the Centerport areas. In the area of infrastructure, we have 31 projects in the pipeline all around the county: parks, roads, and schools and utilities. And in service excellence, we're in the middle of a pay study, compensation study for county employees, which we hope to bring to the board during your work session. That will certainly need to be an FY17 and beyond issue if there are needs identified there. This budget does propose a 2% raise for county employees effective July 1. We're working through our information technology needs and planning for those into the future, and plan to bring a report to the board on that very soon. And again, mentioning shared services. Turning from the operating budget to the capital improvement program, our capital improvement program is constrained by 3 factors. Debt can't be more than 3% of the assessed value. Debt service can't exceed 10% of the budget, and debt service will not increase by more than the 5-year rolling average of the increase in the budget. It's that last criteria that is constraining us now, as the boom years are now outside of the 5-year window, and we're picking up the recession years. So the 5-year rolling average is the constraining factor. The result of that is that our debt capacity, tax-supported debt capacity, goes down from $349 million to $327 million. We'll be working with Mr. Thomas and the board's Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee over the next several months as we discuss the possibility of bond referenda for parks, roads, and public safety and courts. This proposed CIP does provide full funding of the school board's CIP request and does reduce the leveraging of revenue sharing funds as we've seen gas tax revenues come down. Here's the CIP. Did you get all that? Just kidding. We'll come back on the 17th, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Sellers and gentlemen. We'll come back on the 17th with a detailed brief on the CIP. So I'll just keep that high level today for the sake of time, and we'll go project by project and issue by issue. I did want to mention that one of the things that you'll see from Mr. Smith and his team in 2 weeks is a revamped utilities CIP as we move projects around, again, to try to prime the pump into key commercial areas that are utility deficient, water and sewer deficient, Centerport And courthouse, we've been talking about that at the Community and Economic Development Committee level for some time. So we'll bring you a CIP as well as the rate model during the work session. Transportation. This is the downside of much lower gas prices than we were all paying years ago, which is our gas tax revenue isn't what it was a few months ago. We've updated our fuels tax projections based on the ones provided by the PRTC. Besides the reduced fuels tax, the only match for revenue sharing will be proffers, impact fees, and debt supported by the service district, the Garrisonville Road Service District. In the CIP that is currently in force, we had anticipated leveraging $100 million in revenue sharing funds. That's now down to $35 million over the course of the CIP. But I want to assure the board and the community that all projects that are currently underway, we have funds sufficient to finish them. The only exception to that is the intersection of Route 1 and Courthouse Road. We've begun the design on that. We have sufficient funds for design. We'll have to work on the funding for the construction at a later date. Again, Mr. Dayton will provide you more information on this at the next board meeting. Everybody's favorite subject, stormwater mandates. We'll have a briefing on this. Just wanted to provide an update to the board that we are working with the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. We have asked them to reconsider the county's stormwater permit and to bring that down to the minimum of the mandate, focusing on county-owned properties and their impact under the Chesapeake Bay requirements. This number last year when I brought it to you was over $40 million over the 15-year period. If the DEQ approves our request, then the number over the 15-year period comes down to just under $20 million. This is operating as well as capital costs for stormwater. So more to come on that. We've been working with the DEQ to get our permit modified. Staffing levels, as I mentioned, this gives you a 10-year history and shows our non-public safety levels are below where they were a decade ago, and a 17% decrease from FY09, which was the peak at 401 employees. Here's a nice snapshot over the last decade, and you can see some of the trends in our county and what's happened over the last 10 years as we've reduced the non-public safety staffing. Our population is up 15%. We've doubled the number of parks. We have 161% of the building square footage that we once had, 73% increase in parkland. This is county-owned parkland, not state parkland. Our business revenue over that same time period is up 60%. The number of jobs up 42%. The number of businesses up 34%. And enrollment in our public school system up about 2% over that same time period. I mentioned that our health insurance had a $1.1 million increase. That translates to 15.5% in fiscal 2016. With the way our health insurance rates are structured, that's a cost share between the county and the employee. Our average budget increase over the last 5 years has been 3.2%. This is certainly a jump for us, and we hope an aberration. And that 3.2% compares to a 9% trend nationwide. In fiscal 14, we turned back $721,000, and those funds have been reserved. We'd like to keep those reserved as a hedge in FY16, just in case our budget estimates are a little low. One of the concerns that we're dealing with that we'll face over the next 2 or 3 years is the so-called Cadillac tax, or the threshold under the Affordable Care Act, which is currently $10,200 for employee only and $27,500 for family coverage. Our current plans are valued at about $8,000 for employee only and $23,000 and change for family. So if there's approximately a 10% increase over the next few years, we will hit that Cadillac tax in 2018 for family coverage and 2019 for employee only. The bottom line to that is that there's a 40% surcharge on the employer for the amount over the tax. Our contract with Anthem expires with FY16. We will be putting out an RFP a little bit later this year for FY17 and considering different health insurance plans and models and opportunities that may be out there. I've spoken with Dr. Benson, and hopefully that will be a team effort between the county and the schools to look at how we can deal with these costs going forward. You can see at the bottom the impact that it will have. For most of our employees are on KeyCare 15. We do offer KeyCare 30, which is a less rich plan. Employee only will go up $13 a month, and family coverage will go up $56 a month as part of this. 46, thank you, 46. No, and definitely not calculus. I'll stick to history and government. Here's our bond rating history over the last decade and the great progress that the board has made toward that. Our partner agencies, we couldn't do our work without the partner agencies that we have, the community agencies and the intergovernmental agencies in the community. Donna Krause and her team have kicked it up another notch this year by having a regional application. All 5 localities in Planning District 16 all use the same application. It's all done online. So all the agencies are filling out one application and sending it to the various locations, and then they're screened throughout the various jurisdictions. Our community agencies funding is level with FY15. Overall, it's level. There are some puts and takes based on our evaluation of those applications, which you'll see in the budget book. Intergovernmental agencies are largely largely flat, with one exception, and that's the RACSB, the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board. We are recommending about $25,000 for our share of a mental health emergency therapist to help them meet the demand related to changes in the state mandated response times. I will tell the board that they asked for support for 2 positions from the region. We are proposing support for 1. Spotsylvania didn't level funded the RACSB. I believe that the city will likely support 1 position also. We did have 2 agencies that made capital requests, Thurman Brisbane Homeless Shelter and Empower House, and we're recommending to the board that those be considered at the mid-year review when we've closed the books on FY15. So here's a summary of the budget proposal and what's going to happen in our county over the next several months. Ready? No changes in taxes and fees, 2% raise for county and school staff, cash capital, police cars, ambulances, fully funded, all new revenue to the schools. Additional public safety staff are maintaining the lowest cost per capita. Fund operations for Embry Mill. Numerous efficiencies. We're going to do shared services. Our non-public safety staffing is lower than a decade ago. We will continue to make progress on our bond rating enhancement strategy, fully fund the school board's CIP, fully fund the opportunity fund, and change the way we handle utility improvements to prime the pump in key commercial areas. We'll finish Stafford High School, Colonial Forge expansion, Brook Point expansion, the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center, Embry Mill Park, Mountain View Turf Field, Centerport Parkway improvements, Belmont Ferry Farm Trail Phase 4, Route 1 Garrisonville Road, Turn Lane, Duff McDuff Dog Green Dog Park, Woodstream Trail, and Mountain View Road Phase 1. What a year! Wow! Did I mention we're the lowest cost per capita among our peer localities? And we're fully funding the school board CIP request. This budget is not, absolutely not, without its challenges. Managed attrition requires that we leave positions unfilled. That may have an impact on service levels and certainly on our workforce in terms of doing the job. Health insurance cost increases is something that we're all wrestling with. Obviously, we came up short over Dr. Benson's budget request with a $2.2 million increase. Shared services is both a challenge and an opportunity for us. The regional jail budget continues to use excess fund balance. That excess fund balance is going down, and we can anticipate over the next few years that our support for the jail will have to increase. We made a small down payment in this budget on the draft public safety plan, which is in front of the board for your consideration. Road project funding is a fraction of what it used to be, and we recommended level funding for the library, which is less, obviously less than they had requested. Flexibility that the board has as we go through the process. We've made conservative assumptions, as we always do. We will continue to review revenues and revise our estimates throughout the process and bring those to you. There is a contingency reserve built into the budget, as is required by our financial policies. These are girls at the Stafford Gym Rec Center, by the way. Budget calendar. Presentation of the budget today, March the 3rd. On March the 17th and April 14th, we'll work with Mr. Snellings, the Chairman Snellings, on some work session topics for the board. On March the 17th, we would ask the board that the board send the budget to public hearing. April 14th would be budget public hearing, also public hearing on the CIP and the calendar year 2015 tax rates, with a schedule of adoption of the budget on April 21st. The board is not meeting on April 7th because that's the week of spring break, so that's why the schedule looks like it does. So we moved the public hearing to April 14th, so more folks would be able to attend. It wouldn't be a budget presentation if we didn't talk about what's on the horizon beyond the fiscal year that we're currently talking about. So looking at FY17, and there are some challenges there, debt service will be increasing. We'll have a full year operation cost of Embry Mill Park. We're on a slowly reducing SRO, or School Resource Officer grant, that Sheriff Jett and his office has received. These are the positions that the board added a few years ago for middle schools, for our middle school police officers. I mentioned the jail cash capital going up to meet our bond rating enhancement strategy. The compensation study for the county, the public safety staffing plan, the information technology strategic plan, further progress towards our bond rating, and as Dr. Benson has educated us well on the challenge that we face with salary increases for our teachers. One example of how our employees go above and beyond, and this speaks specifically to the sharpening exercise that we've done, and it shows that the sharpening has happened for years and continues to happen. Jeff Shover in Citizens Assistance started with an operating budget in fiscal 2007 when he left the Parks Department and went down there with $65,000. Today his operating budget is $16,000. 2 people working there. They handle 90 volunteers. They've implemented a Citizens Academy, enhanced their participation in our new employee training, implemented the 311 Center, and our volunteers, both here in the Government Center and the courthouse, saved the county more than $1 million in full-time costs. Great volunteer program. What Jeff and Crystal do is one of countless examples of Team Stafford going above and beyond. This is the good work that we do every day for the people of Stafford County. This is Team Stafford. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I want to thank all of the folks who helped us in putting together this budget, our department heads, constitutional officers, Dr. Benson and his team, Kathy and Tim and Keith, and especially our intergalactically stellar budget and finance team, Maria and Nancy, Donna and Kim. They do outstanding work. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the budget is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Romanello. Any questions for Mr. Romanello? Recognizing that we've got a long way to the end, but anybody's got any questions? Mr. Thomas.
Quick homework. I need a detailed breakdown of the departmental sharpening exercise. What made that $1 million? And also quite a significant operational savings on the public safety side. I'd like to see what's being cut in order to add those 5 positions.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We'll do.
Mr. Cavalier.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for achieving the goals that we set forth by your hard work, because my number one priority this year was salary increases for personnel, and we've been able to do that, it looks like, and I'm very pleased with that. The one thing that jumped out at me, and since you mentioned your interstellar team, you know, Leonard Nimoy passed away this week, big fan of Star Trek, and so in tribute to him, I'm going to ask for an explanation, Mr. Spock. The 10-year comparison chart on page 38, and this doesn't have anything to do with the budget, but it just jumped out at me that our population went up 130 by 18,000 people, approximately 15% during that time. But our school enrollment only went up 2.4%, or about 600 children. 18,000 people, 600 kids. Do we know why that is?
I think that's wrong.
Yeah, our population doubles every 20 years, and by 50% every 10.
I think that number's wrong, Mr. Cavalier. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I will tell you that the population increase does not track with the enrollment increase, and it's something that we ask the ORED folks to look at. It's a national trend that a lot of communities are seeing due to a variety of reasons, but I know that 26,000 is too high, so we'll correct it.
Yeah, so the 2005 number is wrong.
Yeah, the 2005 number is too high.
Less than that.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll fix that.
Yeah.
All
right, thank you.
Ms. Bunker.
Yes, I just have a question. There's a lot of great information in here, so thank you for that. On page 36 regarding stormwater management, this was a hot topic last year, if I remember correctly, and I didn't know anything about stormwater management last year. And I only know a little bit more this year. But as far as the numbers for the next 5 years, are those fairly cast in stone, or are we still waiting to hear back on those as well?
It's absolutely the latter, Mrs. Momke. Those are not cast in stone for two reasons. One is we're waiting for DEQ to approve our substantially limited scope.
Okay.
The other thing that would drive those numbers is that I guess it's the safest way to say it, is that the regulatory requirements are evolving.
Continuing, okay.
So these are estimates based on what we believe it would cost to provide that amount of nutrient reduction. There may not be specific projects identified just yet, or we may not have cost estimates on those. And so what Steve Hubble does is he'll take a nutrient reduction goal, and then there's a standard, an industry standard for that of what the cost might be. It is not necessarily unique to Stafford County and the circumstances on the ground per se. So these are I would say, very educated guesses at this point, particularly as we go into the out years. And I'll have Steve speak to that in more detail at the work session.
Okay, so the numbers on fiscal year 14 and 15 were actuals?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, 15 is a budget number.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's what thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
According to the Department of Ed, the numbers in 2005 were 26,178. That's a 3.3% increase.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Romanello? Thank you, sir. Very good presentation. We're off and running with the budget. Anything else, Mr. Romanello? Since there are no additions or deletions, we'll move to consent. Does any member want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll take a motion for approval of consent. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 5.
Aye.
Do you know what you voted on? You voted on the budget. No. 6. Yeah. 6. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 6. I'm sorry, item number 7. Fire and Rescue, authorize county administrator to apply for a staffing for adequate fire and rescue, a SAFER grant. Mr. County Administrator.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Chief Lockhart and Mr. Brody come down, one of the questions at the last board meeting was the change in revenue and the change in debt service. We put that's on page 3 in your board package. We just wanted to make sure that we gave you our best estimates for that. The chief will go over a question that was asked with respect to the allocation of staff, and then Mr. Brody has been in contact with Marine Corps Base Quantico since the last board meeting, and we want to fill you in with what they've told us.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mark Lockhart, County Fire and EMS Chief. The question had come up in last week's meeting about how we would allocate those grant-funded positions. And as we explained to you last week, option 1 would have 16 firefighters obtained under the grant. We would utilize 12 of those individuals to staff all 4 of the career staffed fire engines with 4 people each, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The additional 4 people then would be used to cover leave and extenuating circumstances with staffing. We believe this would meet the intended objective of the grant program, and at the end of the grant period, we know now and would know then that an additional engine would need to be staffed full-time due to call volume and response times. At that point, we would then use those grant-funded positions and reallocate them to a new assignment, and at the current time, that plan is for them to go to Station 10 at Potomac Hills, where they would staff an engine and then cross-staff the ladder and the rescue squad on a full-time basis. Option 2 provides for the hiring of 21 firefighters. 12 positions would be allocated to the minimum 4 firefighter staffing required on the 4 career engines. 5 positions would be allocated to weekday, daytime staffing of Engine 10 at Potomac Hills, and 4 positions again would be used to cover leave, FMLA associated leave, light duty, and supplemental staffing. At the end of the grant performance period, again 2 years, We believe that the 5 daytime staffing positions should be converted to 24/7 staffing at Potomac Hills. 7 of the 12 minimum staffing positions would be reallocated to Potomac Hills to provide a full-time crew for the engine, cross-staffing the rescue squad, and the ladder truck. Should the ALS initiative Mr. Romanello mentioned be funded in the FY16 budget, our position would then be to take the 3 positions that would be approved, combine them with the 9 remaining grant positions, and then allocate a crew of 12 to Station 5 in Brook for the engine, and they would also cross-staff the heavy rescue squad and the tanker. Under Option 2, at the end of the 2-year grant period, Option 2 provides the county with the opportunity to place 2 career staff paramedic engine companies in service in areas that are currently underserved. Mr. Baruti, I think, is going to address question number 3.
Mr. Chairman, Tim Baruti, Deputy County Administrator. As suggested, I did reach out to the base late last week and have received some follow-up as of this morning. There was a meeting yesterday, staff meeting, that included the Colonel Maxwell, base commander, as well as his chief of staff and other Marine Corps base staff. There was a discussion item related to this matter and mutual aid specifically. Although I do not yet have a formal response, I have been given some high-level parameters that we should expect this week, again, in that formal response. They are that Marine Corps Base Quantico remains committed to supporting the mutual aid agreement. Marine Corps Base Quantico supports Stafford's SAFER grant proposal. And lastly, Marine Corps Base wants to continue to review and refine mutual aid processes and procedures to build on the improvements of the 2014 review conducted by Stafford County and the base. Again, that was a meeting that we had late last year with the chief and his staff as well as base personnel. They want to ensure that we are deploying our assets efficiently and effectively, of course. So again, in summary, they're supportive of our continued mutual aid agreement, but do have a caveat in that they want to continually have an evaluation of those mutual aid responses on a regular basis moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Baruti.
Yes.
Any questions for Chief Lockhart or Mr. Baruti? I'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Bunker, you're Chairman of Public Safety, so.
I move for option number 1 for the SAFER grant. I know last week there was some discussion regarding option 2, thinking that Quantico would not be supportive of continuing a mutual aid agreement. But I would say, based on what Mr. Baruti just reported, I would be in support of option number 1.
I have a motion and a second. I have discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Mildy.
I just want to ask the same question I think I asked last time. And does this fit into the growth plan that you think that we're going to be able to afford in the next 3 or 4 years? When the third year being the one when we have to start paying for these, would you have already increased staffing levels, or at least tried to the new level that will be achieved by this additional staffing?
It's a fair question and a tough question. I think that public safety is certainly a board priority, and that allocating a portion of our new revenues to public safety makes sense because it's one of our top priorities. I will tell you that I think the answer is yes. I mean, it's important, and that we ought to take this opportunity while we can get a couple years with no expense to the county. One of the things, Mr. Milday, that does give me a little bit of comfort is that the timing of this, we can ramp up to it over a 2-year period because it'll be a mid-fiscal year. And so the first year of impact would be, I think it's FY18, but would be about a 6-month impact and then a 12-month impact. So we could ramp up to it over 2 fiscal years, which gives me a little bit more comfort that it's an expenditure increase that we'll be able to manage.
Just thinking back, it seems like this is how we've been adding personnel to the fire and rescue, right? When was the last time we actually just added a person at budget time through
2009 was the last time we added staff to fire and rescue, except for the SAFER 7.
SAFER, right. So this gets us a couple of years free, so to speak.
And that was a dozen positions.
Thank you.
Cavalier.
Well, we had some conversations after and I'm not a member of the Public Safety Committee, but I did attend that meeting, and I did talk to the operations chief, Joe Granger, after the meeting, and he seemed to indicate that option 2 was their preference, and I personally know that we have a real hole in our service at the north end of the county, particularly with Potomac Hills and the number of runs that they make there. They need more coverage, and if we do option 1, yeah, it saves a little money over option 2, $350,000 a year, but we would be restricted, according to the chief. What he told me was that we would not be able to utilize the people that we would gain in option 1 for the first 2 years at Potomac Hills, that they would have to go into these those 4 career staffed engines separately. So I would rather see option 2 at this point, since that's our current need.
Are you making a substitute motion?
I would like to make that substitute motion based upon the recommendation of the fire chief.
I have a substitute motion for option 2. Do I have a second?
I have a clarification while I consider a second.
Yes, sir.
I thought you just said there was some sort of flexibility for Potomac Hills in option 1. Could you just briefly re-explain that real fast? Because last week I thought there was no way we'd get anything there, and I had told Mr. Cavalier that if we could somehow figure out Potomac Hills, that might be more beneficial to me.
Under option 1, those 12 of those 16 positions would be committed to the full-time 4-person crew staffing at the 4 career engines. At the end of the grant performance period, the 2 years, then we would reassess and determine, and we know at this point that the need exists at Potomac Hills, so we would then be able to take them at the end of that time and put them at Potomac Hills.
That's exactly what you told us last week, basically.
Yes, sir.
We'd have that 2-year time period that we couldn't fulfill the needs at Potomac Hills.
Under option 1, yes.
Under option 1. That's why I'm putting forth option 2.
And I think that with option 2, with the additional personnel and the daytime weekday staffing at Potomac Hills, we would view it in much the same way that we did with the ALS pilot project last fall. And we would use that 2 years to evaluate the necessity and the viability of the full-time staffing at that station. Obviously, at this point, I feel very strongly that 2 years would show that is a need, and that's why we would recommend then converting those positions to 24/7 positions.
Thank you, Chief. I have a motion. Do I have a second for option 2? Hearing no second, the substitute motion fails for lack of a second. Go back to the original motion for option 1. Any further discussion?
Mr.
Yes.
Snellings? Yeah, I would just like to remind everybody that, if we do receive the SAFER grant, we are putting forward what we really are requesting. But we can go back once the SAFER grant is awarded, and if we decide we don't want all of those positions, they will go back and they will rescore it for us. And at that point in time, we could have another conversation about, what risk are we willing to take as supervisors, because that's really what it's all about when you're looking at public safety, and what can we afford. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Mr. Cavalier?
Yeah, I don't understand that, because now you're saying that we will pare down the list of what we were going to apply for, and that further puts us on a hole than what we are now. So that makes no.
No, I didn't say we would pare down. I said we would have that option if we chose to. And the grant, they may not allow us to pare back.
Well, the need is now for the number that we have, at least equivalent to this, if not more.
I agree with you on that front, but it goes back to what Mr. Milday asked. Is this built into our budget for the next couple of years?
Well, this is no cost to us for the next 2 years.
Right, for the next 2.5 years, and we only have the cost for 6 months, and then we roll into it on an annual basis.
Any further discussion?
Question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas.
In 2019, the debt service increase is only $400,000. That's not normal. It's usually way up. Do we expect that to stay pretty firm, or as we move our debt around a little bit, will that be more likely to level off, or because that may provide a little bit of cushion that 1 year, which is the second year of the phase in. I'm looking at page 45 on the presentation you gave us.
Mr. Thomas, Mary Pratt, Chief Financial Officer. That is somewhat of an anomaly. In your budget document that is posted online and you'll receive soon, there actually is a debt service schedule for the next 10 years based on the proposed CIP. It does fluctuate. As Mr. Romano mentioned, we are constraining our affordability a little bit, and so it isn't going to be quite as high as it has been in some of the recent years. But that particular number is low in comparison to what you'll see in the next few years.
And what could cause that number to change within the next 2 years if we move projects around, or?
It's just timing of issuing debt. A lot of it does have to do with some of our master lease, our short-term debt, because that has a bigger impact since the term of the loan is for a shorter period of time. So changes within the master lease, and then also just the timing of projects.
Okay, so the number could go up a little bit, but you wouldn't expect it probably not to double.
No.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Cavalier.
One other discussion I had with the chief last week was that we could rewrite option 1's grant to say that we could include Potomac Hills staffing in that, and the chief said, well, that may lessen our chances of receiving this grant, but it could be done.
Well, Chief Lockhart, Chief, come on down, Chief. Clear this thing up for us. I'm not sure how that works, but
in the context of that conversation, what we could do is, instead of applying for 16 positions and doing the 4-person minimum staffing, we could make the grant application then for full-time staffing at Potomac Hills. The concern that we have with that is that it would not ensure 4-person staffing on the rest of the career engines, which is one of the criteria that the grant panel will look at. So if they look at that and say, well, you're not staffing your engines at 4 people, there's a greater need for you to do that than to put this other piece in service, they could potentially reject the grant application on that basis.
okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Before you leave. So up at Potomac Hills now, who's the first responding engine? Where is it coming from?
Engine 9 at Aquia Harbor.
At Aquia Harbor, that's a full-time career staff.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And I'm just trying to understand. I see the point that Mr. Cavalier is making with the staff at the staffing issue of Potomac Hills, especially with Quantico Corporate Center being there. That does concern me as well. And it's not really that much of a difference between option 1 and option 2. I don't know if I'm allowed to make the motion to actually go after, since he's already made the motion. But can it be the same as your substitute motion?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion and go with option number 2.
Mr. Chair.
I have a motion and a second to option number 2. Discussion, Mr. Mildy.
I just, even with what you said, Anthony, and thinking of our last couple of budgets and what we added to the sheriff's department, who we are very careful with, I think 16 is more than we can afford, let alone anymore. So I think I want to let you guys know that.
I don't think we can measure public safety in dollars.
Yeah, well, I think our job is that unfortunately we have to.
Well, we have a shown deficiency here, and it's our job to uphold the public safety, and we need to do the right thing.
Mr. Thomas.
In that case, maybe we should have directed this year's budget to include 21 positions, but we didn't because there's a lot of other priorities we have. I think we all know this is a priority, and it's a responsibility we have, but if it was that much of a priority, we would have made it part of the budget and he would have made it work, but we didn't, so we've already passed that. We certainly can't afford it now. We couldn't fit that into this year's budget, nor next year, maybe the third year. But I'm with Mr. Milday. $1 million cliff, which is what we're creating for ourselves, is going to be tough enough to overcome. Doesn't sound like much, but add 30 or 40% to that, and now you're talking about 21 people, and I just don't think we can get there. I'm tempted to support at least asking for the grant to see if they give it to us, with the understanding that it's not going to be like our other grants where it comes in on consent agenda and it just kind of happens. I think this needs a robust discussion, and it gives us a couple of weeks to figure out how to pay for it between now and then. Because I think he might be able to put in a 2-year plan. Hey, here's how I think in the next 2 years I can do this. So I want to see some real numbers, not just put Anthony on the spot and say, can you afford it?
I think the problem we have right now, is a timing issue. I believe the chief can address it. Ms. Cavalier, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, Mr. Thomas just gave me a good idea on a workaround, hopefully, for this, and I'm not sure if it can be done, but if we apply for number 2 with the notion that it's going to Engine 10 Potomac Hills, and we receive that grant, are we then able to pare down, if we so choose, to a lower number, and then fully staff Potomac Hills Engine 10, and then do what you want with the other guys, girls? See what I mean?
Under the grant guidance document, you would need to resubmit or to ask for that to be rescored. It's one thing to ask to pare the number down. It would be an entirely different issue to change the focus of the grant. If you receive the grant based on minimum 4-person staffing, daytime, weekday staffing at Company 10, and then go back and say, well, we'd like to cut this back to 16, and we're going to shift it then to only staffing Company 10. My previous experience having done federal grant programs and served on committees, I would tell you that is probably going to be rejected. Because it's almost that's just not what they're asking for. Is for you to be as realistic and upfront with them in your application as possible. And I think if you go back and try to reduce the number, that's one thing. But I think if you go back and then try and refocus the intent, I just think that's a different issue that probably would not be met with much success. To the point of additional time to try to figure this out, the grant application period closes on Friday at 5. The earliest or the first awards will not be made until June 1st, and then that award period continues through September 30th. With us applying later in the application period, I would say that it could be as late as September before we'd hear anything.
Yes, Ms. Sellers.
I have a comment, not really a question, but we talk about how we find the priorities, but it's not the 7 members of this board that set the priorities. It's the people who put us here that set the priorities. And I believe if you talk to your constituents, that if you told them some of the creativities that our fire department goes through just to protect us on a daily basis, they would say, just as much as they come in here and tell us about the school's budget, they tell us to increase their budget. And I would venture to say that most of our constituents would say that. And so we have to remember that it has nothing to do with the 7 of us. We were not sent here to tell people what our priorities were. We have, 130,000 people almost in this county who tell us that, or 137. And that's who get to tell us that. And I think we need to stop thinking about our personal beliefs and our personal ideas on what a budget looks like and start thinking about, would these people who aren't watching right now, but who live in this county, would they be okay with some of the things that we know that go on behind the scenes? Not saying that it's unsafe, putting anything on you guys, but really trying to make a point that if people knew the actuals, would this be a different conversation?
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Mildy.
I don't know what you mean about behind the scenes, but I do know that I could support, I'm not sure where this is going, but I could support about half of it. About 8 to me is about where we would be, 2 or 3 a year. And I don't know if it'll get to that point. And if I thought that it wasn't going to be a situation where we got the 16 application grant, a grant application approved, and then the board would change their mind and stay with the 16, I could support that. But unless I had some guarantee that we were going to cap it off around 2 or 3 new hires a year, I can't support either one of these. And of course, if you tell people, hey, do you want good fire and rescue, they're going to say yeah. But if you say, here's your choice, do you want the park opening up, the road improved, two new fire and rescue members a year? If you tell them the constraints we're under, that's a whole different story. We have to balance things. We can't just, unless you just believe in unlimited tax increases, and that's not where I think my constituents want.
I think we've kind of run this to the wall. Unless there's anything pertinent that needs to be asked, we have a substitute motion to accept option 2. I would ask you cast your votes. Tally the votes. It fails 4-2. Going back to the original motion to accept option 1. Cast your votes. Tally the vote. It passes 4-2 with 1 absent. Item number 8. County Administration authorize a county administrator to advertise a public hearing regarding the operations lease for the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center. Mr. Dayton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Keith Dayton, Deputy County Administrator, here to provide a little briefing on the draft operating lease for the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center. If I could have the computer, please. The board authorized the design of a 76,000 square foot indoor recreation center. That facility is under construction, scheduled for completion later this year. The facility as designed includes not only a variety of workout opportunities, has a gymnasium, classroom space, along with a competition class deep water 50-meter pool, warm up, warm down family pool, and a wellness pool for physical therapy. In December of 2013, the board authorized the issuance of a request for proposals from firms interested in operating our indoor recreation facility. That RFP was prepared with input from a committee of 2 board members, along with the Board of Supervisors as a whole. In response to this RFP, we received 3 proposals in February of last year. The 3 responses we received were from the Rappahannock YMCA, Aquatic Management Incorporated, and Eastern Sports Management Incorporated. Following a staff initial review, we determined that the proposal from Aquatic Management Incorporated lacked enough information to allow us to do a thorough review. Essentially, they were declared non-responsive and they were dropped from further consideration, while the remaining 2 proposals were deemed responsive and underwent a very thorough evaluation. The staff evaluation team consisted of Mr. Baruti, also of County Administration, Ms. Porter, Director of Parks, Recreation, Community Facility, Ms. Perrott, the Chief Financial Officer, and myself. The evaluation, as part of this evaluation, we requested some follow-up information from both remaining proposers to help clarify their proposal and their experience and their approach to the management of our recreation facility. We conducted interviews with each proposer team, and we also went on site visits to representative facilities. So we asked each proposer which facility they would recommend we go visit as most representative of the one we had under construction. The Rappahannock YMCA suggested the Masad facility in Stafford, while ESM directed us to the United Sports Center in Downingtown, Pennsylvania. We conducted those interviews last summer. After a review of all the available information, the proposals, the interviews, the site visits, and the follow-up information, staff is prepared to recommend that Eastern Sports Management Incorporated operate the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center. The next step in our process was to draft a lease in conjunction with ESM, which we have done and have included in draft form in your board package. The key terms included in this include a term of 20 years with termination provisions earlier for default on their part, an annual rent payment of $1, but with revenue sharing provisions to split the net revenue, initially 60% to the county, 40% to ESM, until our annual debt service payment is covered, plus county maintenance costs on that the Rouse Center. After those expenses are covered, it would shift to a 50-50 split, with the net revenue calculated after all expenses are deducted from the gross proceeds. Also, the lease defined maintenance responsibilities, with the county maintaining responsibility for the exterior and the structural elements of the center, which is typical for our lease arrangements, along with the exterior utilities, while ESM would maintain the interior of the center, and that would include the mechanical, electrical, and the aquatic systems included inside the facility or are necessary to operate the facility. They also will maintain the parking lot, the main entrance to the center, including the grass areas and landscaped areas adjacent to the entrance road. This is a diagram of how those maintenance facilities responsibilities would divide, with ESM's responsibilities inside the red-lined area, while the county would maintain the balance of maintenance responsibilities at Embry Mill. Continuing with the draft lease terms, as I mentioned, the county would retain not only responsibility for operation and maintenance of the rectangular fields, it would include also the parking for those rectangular fields and the common areas associated, and there's also a concession area that would be included in that. And the county would be responsible for scheduling the fields and for staffing all the recreational programs which we would conduct on those fields, while ESM would be provided access to the fields to schedule regular sports programming in slots that we have not filled, and also to recruit and manage tournaments. Their payment to us would be our regular field rental rate. That's how the draft lease is structured. ESM would be responsible for scheduling and managing the athletic gymnasium and classroom areas of the Rouse Center, and also they would schedule and manage the aquatics area. The difference there being that the county would retain authority to intervene with the scheduling for certain user groups during certain time periods of greatest demand. And also we would retain the right to schedule and manage some of our own programs within the Rouse Center on specific days and times included within the business plan that's included with the draft lease. And then also ESM will offer discounted rates for Stafford County residents. They would be allowed to market sponsorship and naming packages with our approval. They would maintain liability and property insurance as required by the lease terms, and also include a business plan as attachment 4, which I've just alluded to. That would be incorporated into the lease and provide some additional definition as far as how they would operate the facility and some other terms that I'll get into in just a moment. The amendments to the lease would require board action, while the amendments to the business plan as currently structured could be modified administratively to allow us a little additional flexibility as the needs change at the facility. And then also the operator would initiate operations not later than 30 days after we receive an occupancy permit. Going into the business plan, just a few details. It defines the mission and operating philosophy for the center. It also identifies the athletic and recreational products that they will be offering and the pricing structure for those activities. Provides information on basically the management and staffing for the facility and their hiring procedures and the security that will go on with respect to how they hire and do background screening. Providing details on the software and IT systems that they plan to employ for registration, accounting, and reporting, and to identify the measures they're going to take to enhance marketing of the center for membership and team-based activities, but also for promoting the venue to outside organizations for the purpose of sponsoring major meets and tournaments that we feel are necessary for economic development and to realize the full potential for that facility. A few more details in the business plan. Provide the methods used for tracking and reporting income so we can monitor their performance on a continuing basis. There's a 3-year pro forma which projects income and expenses from various sources over a 3-year period. We've included a standard of care for the interior and exterior areas under their responsibility. That standard of care is comparable to the standard we employ for our own facilities, just to ensure it's a well-run, clean environment. And we specify the reserved space and times for the county school swim teams, the swim clubs that will use the aquatics portion of the facility, and also our own recreational programs, aquatic programs that we intend to hold there.
Keith, just to be more specific on that, our high school swim teams get to use that facility for no charge for practice and for meets. Is that correct?
As it's structured right now, the swim clubs would rent.
Not swim clubs. No.
I'm sorry, swim teams, high school swim teams.
High school swim teams.
They would rent that facility at the rates that were included in the business plan, which I believe is similar to what they're doing now at the Woodlands pool.
Okay.
Yes. There was one thing that came up during the course of our conversation. This is a for-private operator, and there is revenue sharing provisions in there where there's a split of money that would be made. That affects the tax-exempt financing that we've already received for construction of the Rouse Center. We are proposing to reassign some loan proceeds that have already been distributed to some other projects funded by the bond sale to address this. Basically, we'll shift loan proceeds to other projects and shift cash financing onto the Rouse Center to address the concern raised by our bond counsel. In order to move this around, both approval from the board and the Virginia Resources Authority is necessary. That would allow us to proceed to restructure our loan arrangements. We do expect to receive preliminary VRA approval soon. We've had some early favorable feedback, and we're hoping to provide the board with a resolution authorizing this restructuring for the March 17th meeting. If we're unable to do that, then it would move back to the next meeting for discussion or consideration. Our recommendation is that we believe the operation of the Jeff Rouse Swim and Sports Center by Eastern Sports Management Incorporated is in the best interests of Stafford County. We also believe that the lease terms that we've included with your board package are favorable not only to the county, but also equitable to our partner ESM. And we recommend approval of R1576 would authorize only a public hearing to consider awarding a lease for the private operation of the Rouse Center. If the board so desires to move ahead in that manner, they would authorize the public hearing. That public hearing could be scheduled as early as March 17th. That's because only one advertisement is necessary. If we miss March 17th, then the next available date is April 21st. And then if approved, we'd execute the lease subject to the approval by VRA and the board, of course, for restructuring the financing. The operator would then join us in our construction efforts. They would initiate their staffing process and begin the marketing efforts for the facility. The operation would take place not later than 30 days after the occupancy permit, although certainly in our early discussions, they're anxious to hit the ground running. We just included a little bit of flexibility in case there's any last minute glitches as far as getting operational. And that concludes my briefing.
Any questions for Mr. Dayton? Hearing none, seeing none. Do I have a motion to send this to public hearing?
So moved.
I have a second. I have a motion on the second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 6-0. We do have some time. I think we can go into closed session if it's not more than 20 minutes. Okay. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer a resolution to authorize a closed meeting, whereas the board desires to hold a closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel regarding Metz versus Board of Supervisors of Stafford County, case 13-259, 13-261, 13-262, 63, and 64. Whereas pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A7, this discussion may occur in a closed meeting.
Do you have a second? Second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 6-0. We're in closed session. We will come back at 7 p.m. this evening. Thank you. go back on. Have a motion to certify.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Tally the votes. It's not voting. Recast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion passes 6-0, 1 absent. We adjourn until 7 p.m. To the March 3rd meeting to order. Ask you to rise. Ms. Bomke will lead us in the prayer and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for another day in your kingdom. Please give this board the guidance and the support necessary to make good, valid decisions on behalf of the residents of Stafford County. Lord, we thank you for keeping us safe during this unnerving time with the conflicts in our world. And we also thank you for all of our servicemen and women that protect all of us in the United States of America each and every day and throughout the world. In your name we pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to move to public presentations. I would ask if you want to address the board, you can confine your remarks to 3 minutes. When you get to the podium, you will see a green light. That green light means go. When it turns yellow, start wrapping up. And when it turns red, your time is up. Please state your name and address for the public record. And if you're speaking tonight in public presentations, remember that you cannot speak on any subject that is on a public hearing. With that said, I have one speaker card. Mr. David Starr. No, he's not. He is, but this isn't it.
Yes, I'm Dave Starr from 106 Hope Road, and I would like to take this opportunity to address you all about school bus safety. This month alone on Hope Road, right in front of my house, I live right in the apex of the first S curve on Hope Road. The school bus actually doesn't fit inside of the apex, and VDOT has looked at it. There's nothing really they could do right now about that, or in the future, or in the past, but it's there. The Mr. Milday several years ago went ahead and assisted with getting the warning school bus signs out, and this month 2 times the school bus has been passed by ongoing traffic. Now the school bus 182 does have a traffic camera in it, and the first time they were able to go ahead and transfer the information and the pictures and stuff over to the sheriff, and what they do with it, they'll go ahead and make the best decisions about it. The second time, the car actually accelerated beyond there, and well after the amber lights were out, but accelerated past, and the camera that doesn't click in until the stop sign's out and everything. I was wondering if y'all might go ahead and ask the sheriff to go ahead and increase patrolling of the residential neighborhoods during the elementary school loading times from about 8:05 up to 9 o'clock, dropping off at the different elementary schools. The middle school and high school kids are big boys and girls and everything, but my daughter's 8. I still think I'll probably be holding her hand at the school bus until later on. So that's all that I have about the traffic and the school bus stuff, and I look forward to engaging y'all later on about the courthouse manor project. It's been on the agenda and posted. Thank you, sir.
You'll have to wait for the public hearing for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starr. Since we're on that side, I'll continue on this side. Anyone on my left that wishes to address the board, please step forward.
Paul Waldowski, 8 Picket Lane, Where's Waldo? To clarify, the 1,865 parking spaces that some of you claim cost $7,000 a year, they only cost $6,916.89, according to the VDOT information that was posted for the $12.9 million project that went on from May 2013 to October 14th. That also equates to $716,666.70 per month in revenue. That's if you do it for an 18-month period, it's $806,250 a month for 16 months. Can't really tell by whoever the technical writer is if it was 16 months or 18 months. Now, I mentioned this earlier, 9 more months till Election Day. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, that's Fat Albert. Everyone wants a budget. Yeah, I said that also, and I guess you heard a budget, but no one wants to live within the budget. So let's see if you're going to pass the budget that feels good, like we always do, or we're going to do something that does good. Now, someone came up after me at 3 o'clock, and I love when someone tries to counteract my facts. And they came up and they said, you need to staff every fire station. Hello? Yeah, thank you. Hey, we need to staff every fire station. I can still hear. You know, can you hear? It's kind of unprofessional, but that's okay. I'm used to it. There are 14 fire stations in Stafford County, 14 of them, okay? And if you listen to the member, but I guess you don't listen, you only pick selective listening. So you need to staff every fire station. Well, if you didn't spend $1 million on Friday the 13th, which is August 13th, 2010, for the 1920 house that's in back of the McDonald's in the Rock Hill District, then you might have enough money to staff. I just gave you an example of what you can do within 16 months. If you have $806,250 in revenue, it's amazing what you can do. But even if I gave you all the money in the world, you still don't know how to prioritize, because I still walk out every day and I see that $7.6 million project out my window, and I'm just waiting to see what's going to really happen to Mountain View Road. And I love being interrupted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waldowski. Anyone else on my left that would care to address the board? Anyone on my right?
Good evening. I'm Elaine Callender of 622 Lancaster Street. I'm a little out of breath. I hurried over when I realized the roads were going to be okay tonight. I had watched Mr. Romanello's presentation about the budget this afternoon on cable TV. And it's just, I realized, the beginning of the discussion about the budget. But I wanted to make a few comments. The presentation sounded good, of course. It always sounds good. The trouble is you start looking at the details and you realize there are a lot of important things that are not being funded by the county budget. I noted that y'all are trying, as in recent years, to keep the tax rate level or lower. And rather than having a few scenarios with different tax rates. It seems now we get one scenario. I believe that's what I caught this afternoon. I noted that the administrator mentioned there would not be an increase for the library board that is being requested. The community services board would not get 2 new mental health therapists, perhaps 1. The schools, of course, are way short on their needs. Our classroom sizes are way too large for excellent education, which is, of course, what we all talk about. We want the best for our children. So we always know that budget time is difficult, but it struck me in recent years that this board is so insistent on keeping taxes low that it doesn't really matter what the public hearings reveal as to the wishes and needs of the residents of this county. We are increasingly an urban county, resulting in part because of the policies of this board. With urbanization comes increasing need for government services, fire and rescue, cops on the beat, parks and recreation facilities, social services, etc. So, and we always talk about the public schools. This is old news, but it comes up every year. And I would just wish that you would reconsider and ask the administrator to give you a few different scenarios with different tax rates and see that you can better serve the community in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callender. Anyone else on my right that would like to address the board? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Our first public hearing of the evening, item number 9, Planning and Zoning. Consider reclassification from PD1 Plan Development Zoning District to B2 Urban Commercial Zoning District, Austin Ridge Commercial. Mr. Romanello. Mr. Harvey, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. As the chairman mentioned, we have a proposed reclassification of property known as case number RC 1400142. And may I have the computer, please? Request would reclassify property from PD1 Plan Development to B2 Urban Commercial. The property is a little bit over 3 acres in size, and it's a portion of parcel known as Assessor's Parcel 29-60. It's located within the Garrisonville election district. Clark Lemming, on behalf of Lemming and Healy, is representing the applicant, who is Rocky Ridge Rocky Ridge LLC. The subject parcel that's of this application is highlighted in red on the map. As you can see from the current location and zoning, the property immediately to the north is zoned PD1 Plan Development, as well as the current site. To the south, property is zoned B2 Urban Commercial, and to the west, property is zoned PD2 Plan Development 2. The property has frontage on Austin Ridge Drive in proximity to the courthouse interchange. This property was originally zoned PD1 with an overall Austin Ridge development. The development includes 829 residential lots with recreational fields, a school, and park sites. The existing proffers on the property restrict its use to residential activities. All the residential uses that were proposed in Austin Ridge have been accounted for currently, and there is no current residential development potential on this property. Some of the adjacent property that's zoned B2 Urban Commercial was rezoned at the same time as this parcel. The proposal includes a general development plan which shows how this property could be incorporated into a larger B2 piece of property. It would include a one primary commercial building of 10,000 square feet, and also a portion of a secondary commercial building. There would be one entrance road known as the North Access Road this property, as well as a property immediately to the east, which abuts the interstate. That property was formerly known as the Westgate property, so this will provide access to not only this project but also Westgate. There would be a crosswalk across the north access road to tie into existing and planned sidewalks in the area. There will also be coordination with Austin Ridge Section 7 Homeowners Association regarding existing buffer in open space within that neighborhood, and planting of a double row of evergreen trees adjacent to building pad sites. And this is the general development plan for the project. As you can see by the shaded area, that's the area subject to the zoning change. This is what was being referred to as the north access road. This is the area where there was discussion about the double row of evergreen trees. There would also be additional fencing along the perimeter of this area in order to help with the screening of this project from the adjacent residential uses. As you can see from the concept plan, we have the primary building, which is located in this vicinity. During the discussion with the Plan Commission, there was a lot of debate, and some of the things got shifted further away from the neighborhood to try to address some of the nearby community concerns. This is another building that was also shown on the general development plan, which partly touches the rezoned area. And I'll get into it a little bit with some additional proffers regarding additional screening measures. As I mentioned, we had the board-on-board fence along the commercial property to help add to the screening. There would be additional landscaping along the stormwater management pond to help with, again, softening the impact of the existing zone commercial property to the nearby residences. And that's these areas here. The proffers also would stipulate that the buildings would be located at least 150 feet from the adjacent residential property lines. They limit the commercial square footage of the buildings and prohibit a number of uses in the B2 zone, which may could be considered to be objectionable to a nearby neighborhood. One of which includes a restaurant. That had been a lot of discussion in the recent past about what sort of activities might occur and noise factors that could affect the neighborhood. And one of the concerns that came from the community was a restaurant was not considered to be acceptable, and the applicant has proffered that out. Also, the maximum building height would be 20 feet. The zoning district allows up to 65 feet. Again, there was a concern to try to keep the proposed buildings within scale of the residential homes so they wouldn't overpower the overall visibility of the area. And the buildings would be limited to 1 story. There would be a coordinated architectural theme between these buildings and the rest of the commercial development. They would prohibit outside entertainment, again, trying to resolve any concerns that the neighbors may have about things being too noisy on this particular property. There would be limitations on delivery hours. There would be a no outlet sign posted at Austin Ridge Drive and Century Street, again to try to direct traffic more towards the commercial center and discouraging additional traffic in the residential neighborhood, and limiting hours of operation for the businesses on the property. Regarding transportation, the analysis would indicate there'd be a little under 1,000 vehicle trips per day by this small 3-acre portion of the property. The north access road would serve as the access to this and other commercial areas, and would go through necessary VDOT designs to ensure that there is turn lane adequacy to serve the commercial development. I note that the 630 interchange, the board received a briefing on that today. This property is located outside the limits of the interchange. And it looks like from the new design, this overall larger parcel will probably be impacted less with this new design than previously shown on the former design. This gives you a glimpse of the overall commercial development. Again, the 3-acre portion of the property we're dealing with is in this vicinity here. Again, it's a larger project in excess of 40 acres in size. They have proposed anchor store, as well as a number of what we call pad sites or smaller individual commercial users along the main roadways. Regarding the comprehensive plan, it recommends this property for suburban land use. Suburban land use recommends it be developed for either single-family detached homes or commercial or community uses that would serve the nearby vicinity. This property is also located within the courthouse redevelopment area, which encourages higher density and intensity of development to complement the nearby neighborhoods. And this is, again, the location relative to the comprehensive plan. Regarding the staff findings, we believe for positives that the proposed zoning change is in accordance with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the development patterns to the south and east with the existing commercial zoning. The proffers can help minimize some of the visual impacts to the adjacent residences. On a negative side, having businesses there will generate noise and visual impacts that the residents wouldn't see under the current zoning. Our recommendation, the staff is supportive of the proposed zoning change with the proffers. The Planning Commission, in its deliberations, recommended approval of the zoning change as well. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Harvey? Ms. Bumpke?
Yes, with the fact that TDRs were approved last week, is there any possibility that this owner could come back and try to increase density with any TDRs?
No, ma'am, for two reasons.
I thought he said it was inside the redevelopment area.
Let's let Mr. Harvey answer the question.
Okay.
Yes. The redevelopment area, part of the redevelopment area is the receiving area for the TDR program. The area that's for the designated for receiving potential transferred development rights is located on the east side of Interstate 95. So this portion of the redevelopment area is not within the receiving area.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. I misunderstood.
Certainly.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
You're welcome.
We'll now hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Clark Lemming. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'd never thought of TDRs in conjunction with this application. Interesting thought. I think Jeff has shared with you the proffers and provided a detailed overview. Many of the proffers, the most important thing for you to understand, I think, is that many of the proffers resulted from the efforts between the applicant and the staff and the Planning Commission, and in response to the concerns that were raised by the neighbors at that level. The one issue I think that was still up in the air was the restaurant, and that got resolved later. This was originally scheduled to come before you in October. Ms. Sellers asked that it be pulled from the agenda. We did, and since that time we have worked with Ms. Sellers, with the Homeowners Association. I believe the president of the Homeowners Association addressed you at your last meeting, and he's here this evening. And we think we've come up with something that works. There's a little bit more in the way of history. Most important thing, I think, is to understand how diligently the applicant has worked with the county and with the neighbors and with the Homeowners Association to address their concerns. This all came up when a site plan was submitted to the county that included this 3.34 acres, I think it is, as part of the commercial area. And for a number of years, the applicant, and I think it's fair to say the county, assumed that this was set up for commercial use. And the reason for that, in 1998, there was a rezoning of a portion of the property. That's when this particular parcel was zoned PD1. Prior to that, it had been zoned R3 as part of the original Alston Park zoning, and there were townhouses and apartments that were planned for the R3 portion. In 1998, the entire area was redesigned for single-family detached residential development. The PD1 ordinance, and all of this was zoned, all the R3 portion was zoned PD1, including a portion on the other side of the creek. I think the disconnect, in 1998, your PD ordinance had a requirement for commercial to be included with the PD district. A certain percentage had to be commercial. back when the original PD district was set up, that was not the case. And if you go back to the 1998 staff report, I think it's pretty clear that staff was under the impression that this would become part of the commercial portion of the development. Well, along everybody went for another decade and a half and submitted site plans for that to occur, and figured out that maybe that wasn't the case. So we have tried to come in through the front door here and simply rezone the property so that there's no question about what the intent was. And it is now protected by a fairly elaborate series of proffers, the primary goal of which is to mitigate any impact on the adjacent property, which has come into being since the 1998 rezoning. It was not there in 1998. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. We appreciate the efforts of Ms. Sellers and the Homeowners Association, and hope we've come up with something that works for everybody here.
Any questions for Mr. Lemmy? Thank you, Mr. Lemmy.
Yes, sir.
With that, we will open the public hearing. I would remind you once again that you have 3 minutes to come speak on this subject. Please state your name and your address when you come to the podium. There are 3 lights on the right. The green means go, the yellow means get ready to stop, and the red means stop. So with that said, public hearing is now open. Anyone on my right side would like to speak on this application? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Cherie Smith. I'm located at 18 Booth Court. If you were to look on the map, my property is 150 feet away from the proposed structure of Mr. Wolf. I was looking and listening to the report of Mr. Harvey. And Mr. Harvey, you have 2 maps that I would like for you to bring up for me. The first map being the current proposal of Mr. Wolf, if that's possible. I would like for you guys to see the map.
We don't normally do that, Ms. Smith.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
But if you look on the map, he had, based on some requirements that I had asked on our last meeting back in September of last year, 9/22 is when it was submitted to me by his attorney. And I looked on the map, and all of the criteria that I did ask were met with the structure moving further away from my backyard. With the structure now having the garbage dumped towards the Austin Ridge Drive area, which at first it was actually going to be right close smack to my backyard property. And so all of those were met, including, of course, the original buffers. Mr. Harvey mentioned something in his proposal, as well as the last gentleman, that a proffer for the restaurant. I didn't get an understanding of the restaurant. Was that included or was that not included? That was included. Okay. So that's what I needed to get an explanation for. In that last map that Mr. Harvey had pulled up, I'm noticing that in the map now, where there was going to be the commuter's lot further south towards the Courthouse Road, I'm noticing now that that's no longer the commuter's lot. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, that is now slated for more property for the commercial developer, if I saw that map correctly. At first, it was supposed to be slated for the commuter's lot, and now when Mr. Harvey showed it, he actually showed more property down there with parking spaces. If that is the case, then I would propose to Mr. Wolf that since he now has additional space from the commuter's lot no longer being there, if I am correctly stating, since the commuter lot is no longer there and now he has this additional property, I would respectfully ask him to consider once again the residents, even though he obliged by our requests. I still would ask him to oblige by our privacy and not put this structure so close to our dwelling place, and now utilize that property that is now been made available to him. I think it's just properly fair that he now has double dipping. He's able to utilize the property that was once the county's and slated for commercial. For the commuter's lot, he's now actually having that, as well as he's now still actually asking for the 3.39 acres. So I'm just asking him to reconsider that. Even though he did oblige, I'm asking him to reconsider keeping that residential or keeping it for us, the HOA, and utilizing the property now available to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Anyone else on my right would like to speak for or against this application? Turn to my left. Anyone on my left like to speak for or against this application? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Kevin Hamavicki, 5 Morrissey Stone Court. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Austin Ridge Homeowners Association. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, and members of the board. I was here last week to speak and in favor of this, asking you to please add it to the agenda. I appreciate you taking the time to do that and doing it expeditiously. A lot of the things that I was going to speak tonight have been said, so I'd just like to get to the heart of the matter, and that the fact is we did hold an open community hearing for the members of Austin Ridge and to discuss this issue, because we knew this was on the Board of Appeals, and we were afraid that if this would have gone to the Board of Appeals, that the proffers that Mr. Wolf had put in might have not been upheld. And those proffers that he has put in, which include the evergreens, the fences, and now specifically excluding the restaurant, which was a big issue for the homeowners. Right. Obviously, the homeowners that live there in our community are definitely, there's a huge impact to them. And I believe that Mr. Wolf has done a good job, and the community and the board also of the Homeowners Association believes that he's done a good job of protecting the interest of the homeowners. So with that being said, the board from the Homeowners Association did a vote to approve to come here and speak in favor of supporting him, and we do support him. And the only thing that we ask is that the revised proffers be part of the thing that he submitted, which he submitted, I believe, on 27 January. And with no further ado, I thank you for your time speaking this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else on my left?
Paul Waldowski, 8 Pickett Lane. Well, it says right here on attachment 1, the adjacent residential property owner submitted a petition recommending against the reclassification of this property. Also, the Planning Commission voted 4-3. Please be mindful that the 4 that voted, one was from Griffiths Widewater, the other one was from Falmouth, the other one was from the Garrisonville district, but he is the chairman, does not live in the district. And I'll just leave it at that. When you look at the GDP, the applicant is proposing 2 rows of evergreen trees. Well, why don't you propose 2 rows of oak trees? Because oak is good, dead or alive. You know, I love 8-foot tall board-on-board fences coming into residential areas that were depicted as planned areas. There's an existing stormwater management pond, and as soon as you put a commercial building on that, you're going to upset the whole ecosystem of those residential homes. And I don't know how long they've been there, but 2 rows of evergreen trees are not going to stabilize that aspect. I love how HOA representation comes and says that, oh, we approve this, but we're not an adjacent residential property owner, but it's okay. Remember, HOA members, you're all a member of the corporation, you all get an equal vote. You can always dissolve it. 2/3 of the membership does it via petition. You're obviously very good at petitions. Let me move on to the comp plan. It specifically says, within the suburban land use designation. Well, it says, by complementing a neighborhood and community-oriented activities, places of worship, parks, play areas, retail, and business activities. Okay? Well, we all know why restaurants are not a good thing around here. We had a major episode off of 610, which has kind of upset a lot of people. and they're real careful about what restaurants they are leading into, and we sure as heck don't want any type of crime or illegal activity coming into our residential areas. So let's look at this from a public aspect. And let's focus back on the planning commissioners, because the planning commissioners obviously fought very hard from September on, and it took them 4-3 to make this go through. And let me reiterate that 2 of those members are not from true representative districts in this county.
Thank you, Mr. Waldowski. Anyone else on my left that would like to speak for or against the application? Anyone in the chamber like to speak for or against? I was reminded today by a good friend of mine that I have a habit of not closing public hearings. I will now officially close this public hearing. Thank you very much, and bring back the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't attempt to respond to Mr. Wodolski. I wouldn't know where to start. With regard to the comment about the commuter parking area, I don't think anybody knows exactly what the plans are at this point. The portion that is being focused on that is the area to the east of there. The problem with that, this was something that was discussed throughout the application process. The problem is still these 3.4 acres immediately adjacent to the commercial with nothing to do with it. It was creating some other problems at site plan, including a somewhat serpentine road that would have to be built back to Westwood, because it would have to come through the PD district. And if the county was right that that could only be used for residential purposes, there was some question. In fact, the zoning administrator took the position, and that's what went to the BZA, that that road couldn't come through there. So our approach was to work with the residents, try to address, and it's interesting that the woman that spoke said, yes, we addressed the concerns and came up with the mitigation measures that they had requested, and then added the exclusion of the restaurant at the end. So that's the way we've tried to address it. We think that that works in everybody's interest, and the commercial certainly helps in this location, helps with the overall construction and development of the shopping center and the road that needs to be constructed, and assists with the access to some of the larger tenants that are being brought in for the other portion of the commercial, the part that's already Zone B2. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any further questions, Mr. Lemon? Thank you, Mr. Lemon.
Yes, sir.
Bring it back to the board. Ms. Sellers, this is in your district.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to approve, but I got to see what it is.
It's 01515.
1515, I'd like to approve it.
I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Cavalier. Any discussion?
I'll say something.
Please.
It's if you notice, we came out of the public or the planning commission in September, and yes, Mr. Waldowski, Mr. Rhodes does not live in the Garrisonville district, but he has represented us well, and he does live right outside the Garrisonville district, and there is no criteria right now that they have to live in the district. And I believe if you look at the minutes from that, he says that he thinks that the residents are better off with it, with some of the mitigation, because right now it's just no trees, there's nothing there. We have worked with Mr. Wolf. He has been patient, and the residents have been very helpful in this. So that's why I'm going to support it, and we'll go from there with VDOT.
Any other discussion or comment? With that said, please cast your votes. Tally the vote. Vote carries 7-0. Congratulations, sir. I've just been reminded I still don't have this closed public hearing down pat yet. The county administrator has informed me that I cannot close a public hearing until after the applicant rebuttal. I'm going to get this right before I leave this office. So now the public hearing is officially closed. Thank you. No, that's all right. No. Item number 10, planning and zoning, consider a conditional use permit to allow a cluster subdivision known as Courthouse Manor in the acquired district. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This application is known as Courthouse Manor. It's conditional use permit 14150252. It's located within the Equi election district. At the computer, thank you. This property is currently zoned R1 suburban residential. That zoning classification allows for development of single-family detached homes at 1.5 dwelling units per acre. This request is for a conditional use permit to allow single-family detached homes at a higher density. The cluster regulations allow development up to 2.25 dwelling units per acre. There are two properties involved. One is Assessor's Parcel 30-78. The second is 30-136. They total in combination to 33.45 acres. Mr. Charles Payne is the representative for the applicant, who is Miller & Smith at Stafford, LLC. The aerial photo highlights the property that's subject to this application. It's highlighted in red. As you can see by the location, there are a number of existing features in close proximity to this property. We have Stafford Elementary School here, Courthouse Road in this location. There's an existing church in this location. Also, you have an area that was built for medical office space for Stafford Hospital Center, and this is the location of Hospital Center Boulevard intersecting with Courthouse Road. We're also in relative close proximity to Route 1 and Courthouse Road, and this is the location of our building right here. The surrounding zoning for this area is R1 suburban residential. This proposed change would be consistent with what the zoning currently allows, since it's a permitted activity with a use permit. The concept plan shows how the property might be developed. The concept plan shows construction of 75 homes on the property. The current R1 zoning in and of itself would allow up to 50 homes, but this use permit grants an additional 25 homes, which takes the density up to 2.24, which is slightly below what's the maximum allowed through a use permit. The purpose of the conditional use permit is try to incentivize people to provide cluster development. Cluster development encourages the use of open space, which is not necessarily a requirement of by right normal development. And there are a number of open space areas shown on the development plan, and I'll highlight them. As you can see, there's significant buffers adjacent to the elementary school. There's buffers adjacent to other adjacent properties. We also, and to the church as well. These buffers are mandated by our ordinances and landscaping manual. But in addition, there are other open spaces located here, here, and extending along this section, and in this vicinity, and over here. This location is approximately where there would be a stormwater management pond that would serve the overall neighborhood. And we can notice that there is a significant roadway being shown on the development plan. This roadway is something that is identified in our comprehensive plan. I'll get to it in more detail. However, this roadway would not be constructed by the developer. It would be provided with right-of-way dedication, as well as clearing and grading to a certain limit.
Question.
As called out in the conditions.
Is that road, if you were by right developing this without a cluster approved with the CUP, would you still have to dedicate that road bed?
Yes, Mr. Milday, our ordinance specifies that if there's a feature identified in a comprehensive plan, specifically road improvements, that the applicant should dedicate that right-of-way. But most of the language in the code speaks to dedication of right-of-way along the existing public road right-of-way. So there would be somewhat of negotiation with the applicant on the dedication of this right-of-way specifically, since it doesn't have, this is not fronting on an existing road. So our code says basically you take the center line of the existing road and dedicate to whatever the comprehensive plan recommends as far as width.
What does it recommend as far as width?
For a road like Hope Road, it would recommend a total width of 60 feet or 30 feet from center line. For this specific road, it's not identified in a comprehensive plan. However, staff had some concerns about that and worked with the applicant and the applicant's traffic engineer. And the traffic engineer took a look at studies that we had done in the courthouse area and updated that study information and did some analysis and determined that this road could exist and function adequately as a two-lane road with center turn lanes for the intersections.
Are you saying that yes, you would get a road, but less of a road?
You would have a 2-lane road in this location.
Okay, thank you.
Sterling.
I want to dwell on that for a minute. What you're telling me, if I understand, is our ordinance and state law would require that somebody who owns property and has by right use of that property has to dedicate part of the property if we've identified it for a public use?
As far as road right of way, yes.
So just roads, not for another public use?
Not necessarily for a school or
park or anything
or
like that.
a fire station or anything like that.
But if I owned, let's say, an acre, and the county decided to plan a road that went through and is going to take 3/4 of that acre, would lie under that road bed or that proposed road bed, what you're telling me is the county has effectively taken my property. Is that not correct?
No, sir. If you came in for a development plan on your property, specifically
By right, yeah.
A by right development, if it's not adjacent to the existing public road, there would be no dedication we could
To
require.
existing public roads, so it's only existing. If it's a new road like this is a new road, right?
Yes. So as I said, we'd probably have to have some negotiation and discussion because this is not along an existing state road for a by right type development. They've been more than accommodating with us in this particular situation.
It doesn't necessarily apply, but I'm really trying to dwell on this from the broader sense. So if my acre was along an existing road that was going to be widened considerably, and it took 3/4 of my acre, I lose my 3/4 of an acre just automatically. The government just takes it.
Well,
just thank you very much. We seize your property and no compensation.
Well, if you were proposing a by right development, on the face of it, yes. But however, you have the opportunity to apply for a variance because, and for the scenario you described, it's fairly unreasonable.
It's very unreasonable. You're confiscating 3/4 of my property.
Yes, so we've had cases like that have gone to the Board of Zoning Appeals, more so with dedication of right-of-way where you have existing buildings and it create a setback problem. And the BZA has heard those kind of cases before and we've had less dedication in some cases.
Fascinating. Okay.
Continue on, Mr. Harvey.
There are 2 proposed pedestrian connections to Stafford Elementary School. That was some of the comments that we received from school board staff. They'd be located in this vicinity here, as well as this vicinity here. There would be a 1 tot lot proposed within the project, and the tot lot to serve the community would be in this location. There was some discussion early on about walking zones with the school staff, and they want to encourage walking zones. So these pedestrian accesses would help facilitate that. Also, our schools' properties in general are open to the public, so people from this neighborhood could come and play on the school ball fields and playgrounds, but they also have their own tot lot for their own community-specific needs. These are the 2 access points to existing state roads. We have an entrance proposed on Courthouse Road in this location. You'll notice with that design there is a what we call a pork chop. It's a triangle for the access. That's because VDOT has noticed that the spacing between this proposed entrance and Dent Road is rather narrow. Also in reference to the adjacent church and its entrance. So therefore they're asking that it be a directional entrance, right in, right out. There would be a full service entrance at this location where it intersects with Dent Road. Should this planned return, sometimes called a bypass road, ever be constructed, there would be 2 access points onto that road in these locations. In addition to the access points for meeting VDOT connectivity requirements and also good planning, there is an additional potential stub street connection here if this adjacent property was ever to redevelop. And again, this highlights where the potential bypass road could connect with Dent Road and also Hope Road in the future. The comprehensive plan recommends this property for 2 different designations, one of which on the left side of the image is the urban development area, which recommends if you're developing single family homes, you do it at 4 units per acre, for townhomes up to 8 units per acre, and multifamily 12 units per acre. The suburban area to the right recommends single-family detached homes at up to 3 units per acre. The current zoning at 1.5 units per acre is less than both of those recommendations in the plan. The proposed conditional use permit at 2.24 units per acre is still below the recommendations in the comprehensive plan, but comes closer to meeting those goals.
Where's the lines for the RDA fall on this?
This entire property is located within the RDA.
So it's all within the redevelopment area?
Yes, and the redevelopment area line comes basically on this edge of this
And
property.
what are the
here.
standards for the redevelopment area in this area?
The redevelopment area, Mr. Sterling, does not have specific density recommendations, but it has more development type recommendations. And
does it conform to that?
Yes.
So although what they propose conforms to the comp plan and the RDA?
Yes, the RDA plan shows a little bit more of a grid street network on this particular piece of property, but does show single-family detached homes on it.
Okay.
And as Mr. Sterling mentioned, we have the RDA map here and highlights the subject property in red. It's at the sort of northeast corner of the redevelopment area. With regard to conditions, there are a number of conditions that are being proposed with this application. And there's been some recent discussion and things have evolved today, and I'll clarify that in a little bit. There would be a 20-foot street buffer between the new lots and the proposed bypass road. Screening between the proposed development and existing single-family homes to the north and the south. There was some discussion about today regarding open space parcel E, and I'll let Mr. Payne address that. There's some potential changes to that condition. Dedication of right-of-way along that bypass road to 60 feet wide. Again, that can accommodate a 2-lane roadway with turn lanes for intersection access. There'd be a dedication of a sewer easement connecting between Hope Road and Dent Road in this area. That was something that the Utilities Department identified and thought that would be very desirable for our overall community and our sewer network system. So this is something that's definitely a positive that we would have through this use permit process, which we may not be able to get through by right development. Also, the conditions specify that the buildings comply with architectural standards, which meet our neighborhood design guidelines. That the driveways be at least 20 feet in length, so they can accommodate a vehicle in that driveway at full length without encroaching into sidewalk areas. That there be foundation landscaping and at least one tree provided in the rear yard, attempting to meet our goals in a comprehensive plan to replant where we can if we take out significant tree stands, which this property is currently mostly wooded. There'll also be handicap access available to home purchasers, and they're noted that there were some identified cultural resources in the vicinity, and as this property develops, they would, prior to preliminary plan approval, submit a phase 1 cultural resource study to see if there are any historic significant features on the property. And the stormwater management pond would be designed to support not only this overall neighborhood, but the future impervious surface of any road that might be built in that vicinity. The conditions would also have them clear and partially grade the right-of-way for the bypass road. Staff thought that was initially important, so in the future, as future residents move into this new neighborhood, they will know that there will be a road there at some point in time. Currently, this road is not within our capital improvements plan, so it may be 10 years or more before it actually gets developed, but it may appear on a future list and possibly could be eligible as an impact fee project, since this road would help existing traffic but also will accommodate the future needs in the overall area. They provide construction easements along the bypass road right-of-way to allow the county at a future date to fully be able to construct the roadway. Dedicate right-of-way along Hope Road and Courthouse Road.
Mr. Harvey, Ms. Sellers has a question.
Can you go back to the previous one where you said the clear and partially grade for this bypass road that may or may not happen in 10 years? Can you repeat? I may have heard that incorrectly.
Yes. The staff concern was if the area is not cleared, that future residents as they move in would have an expectation that those woods are going to be there and stay there forever. And they actually may be a road, and likely will be a road because it's in our multiple parts of our comprehensive plan. So if the trees are cleared, it's a visual signal to people that something is there or will occur in the future. Also, again, that road alignment is where the utilities department would like to have a sewer line. So that would also help facilitate them putting in the sewer line because that area would already be cleared.
When would a sewer line go in?
I don't know the specific timing of that. I can find that information out for you.
I'd like to know that. I mean, it just seems. I can't believe that we would. I mean, I understand why for obvious reasons on what I've dealt with over the last year, but I don't know. For a future right of way that may not happen for 10 years seems a little above and beyond. Sorry.
Some of the other conditions speak to providing either fire sprinklers in the homes or having a 10-foot side yard setback.
Can I answer Ms. Sellers' question? Excuse me, Ms. Sellers. This is Keith Dayton, Deputy County Administrator. To answer your question, that sewer line is in the courthouse area sewer improvement, and it's a critical component to the force main necessary to serve the area south of the courthouse area, and it's moving into the CIP in the 2017, 18, 19 time period.
Okay, that makes more sense to me, to clear it of the trees for something like that than just because.
And again, there is a proposed condition that speaks to either providing fire sprinklers or a 10-foot side yard setback. Initially, staff had discussions with the applicant, and they had not agreed to that condition or had some concerns about it. But in talking with the applicant's counsel, that they have come to agreement on that, so that's no longer an issue or a matter of dispute. There will also be construction of sidewalk to the school, and those sidewalks will be located within access easements that be granted to the school. With regard to the findings and positives, we believe it's consistent with the development pattern of the area, as well as the recommendations of the comprehensive plan, specifically land use, transportation, pedestrian connectivity, and open space recommendations. As far as the negative, we had a lot of discussion with VDOT about Dent Road. Dent Road currently does not have a speed limit posted on that road. So technically it's 55 miles an hour. However, VDOT noted that the Dent Road is a very short road as far as length, has a very limited number of homes on it, and also with the curves in the road, VDOT felt that it was not necessary under its current practice to put a speed limit sign on that road. So that was something that the staff had asked the applicant to potentially consider as they're going through their development plan to see if they can work with VDOT to possibly get that posted. Again, the staff were recommending approval of the application for the use permit with the proposed conditions. But staff would also ask the applicant to, again, consider working with us and VDOT regarding a posted speed limit on Dent Road. And then also, there was some concern that the staff initially had about screening behind lot 43 on the development plan. But it was pointed out to me specifically with the 20-foot buffer between the new lots and the access road, that screening area would be covered within the buffer. So that's no longer an issue. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, Mr. Payne has recommended some additional changes to the conditions based on some of their efforts to try to minimize community concerns, and I'll defer those issues to him.
Any questions for Mr. Harvey? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Harvey. The applicant, come forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Charlie Payne with the law firm Herschel Fleischer, and we represent the applicant, Miller and Smith. Many of you may not know Miller and Smith. Miller and Smith is new to this area. This is their first project in Stafford County. They are a very professional, well-respected developer and contractor, mostly focusing in Northern Virginia for the past several years, and they are excited about being in Stafford County. The Bowling family and the members of the church who are the property owners are also here this evening, as well as our consultant, engineering consultant, Bowman Consulting, and our transportation engineer, if you have any questions regarding transportation. Mr. Harvey, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you covered a good portion of the project. I don't know if you have on the computer a rendering, the illustrative rendering of our project would give a good illustrative to the board as to exact location of the houses, the buffering from the houses, and where the road location is going to be. As stated by Mr. Harvey, this is a already zoned R1 property. We have requested a cluster, which is the reason why we need the conditional use permit. The clustering and the R1 zoning is actually not as Mr. Harvey stated, given the fact that this is in the courthouse UDA and in the redevelopment area, is actually not as high a density as we could request. In fact, if we asked for an R2 rezoning, which would be more consistent with the UDA, we'd get 117 units on the site. So I think that's important to note. We are asking for an additional 25 units. By right, we could do 50. And we all, as Mr. Harvey has stated, dedicating necessary right-of-way for the bypass, the courthouse bypass road, which is in your transportation plan. Mr. Harvey also stated this is not per se required for us to dedicate if we do this by right. The negotiation component that Mr. Harvey is talking about is potential consideration for that. This is not against an existing right-of-way which otherwise would require us to dedicate it. We have worked very closely with staff in that regard. This is a very important part, we understand, to the redevelopment area, the courthouse redevelopment area. It includes about 72% of the necessary right-of-way that you would require for this bypass. So that is also very important. It is also important to the extent that it's going to relieve in the future the congestion on Courthouse Road and Route 1. So I hope that we don't lose our focus on how important this dedication is. In addition to the clearing and partial grading that we have been requested to undertake. We're also dedicating right-of-way, 30 feet of right-of-way on Hope Road, 25 feet of right-of-way along Dent, and 55 feet of right-of-way from the center line on Courthouse. Again, providing necessary right-of-way dedications for your future transportation improvements in the courthouse redevelopment area. The staff has also noted this proposal is consistent with the development pattern in the area. It's consistent with the comp plan. It includes, early on, we went to the school board system, or to the school board, I'm sorry, to the school system, because of the fact that we needed to bring a utility easement to our site. We negotiated with them to do that, and also they had asked us to provide a 6-foot wide sidewalk and easement to the elementary school, and then another easement near lot 15, which we agreed to do. Price of these homes will again be folks in a $450,000, $500,000 price range, folks with disposable income. Typically, these homes more than pay for themselves and will be an asset, we believe, to the courthouse area where we're trying to encourage more people to live, work, and play and spend money. Architectural renderings have been submitted as a condition, very consistent with Shelton Woods and Shelton Knolls. We also agreed to perform a Phase 1 cultural resource study, and as Mr. Harvey stated, we've also agreed to provide a utility easement, which was very important, as Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harvey stated earlier. The additional components to our GDP, we revised the most recently revised GDP, to address some neighbors' concerns. I don't know if you have a copy of this, but staff has a copy of this. They're fairly minor changes. We've expanded the buffering area, what is an open space parcel E, and we've also added a 6-foot board-on-board security fence along what is our lots 15, 71 through 73, 74 in the adjoining property owner, which is tax map parcel 30-79, to address his concerns regarding the development. It also includes a landscape buffer, which we addressed at the Planning Commission level. In regards to the question in working with VDOT, we agreed from the beginning to provide and post a sign. That's not outside of our control. We even provided a traffic study or a speed study, if you will, for VDOT to try to encourage them to post the sign, and they didn't agree to do it. So we agree with Mr. Harvey as we move forward. We'll continue to work with VDOT in attempts to get that sign posted. I think it's also important to note in the county's analysis and staff's analysis for support for this project, and also the Planning Commission support of this project 5-2, that in regards to the transportation component of this project, the staff report notes our development uses and patterns as meeting the intent of the comp plan for the transportation and pedestrian connectivity. It's a very positive recommendation by staff. In regards to the most recent changes to the resolution, which I do not believe you have, staff has, and I believe the county attorney has, they're fairly minor. I'll read through them fairly quickly. In the second condition, we have asked them to include where it says a 20-foot street buffer shall be located between the proposed new residential lots, not just residential lots for the project. And also, it needs to reference the new date of the GDP, which is at the end of that, March 3rd, 2015. For purposes of condition 3, basically the condition said we can't clear open space parcel E, but we need to, perhaps, because we have to partially grade and clear the right-of-way area, the 60-foot right-of-way area for the bypass. So we've asked for that exception, and there may be some stormwater management requirements that will require us to partially disturb that area. The rest of these changes, I believe, are just relevant to the new date of the GDP, but the last condition which has been added, which again, what I just stated earlier, was to add this 6x6 security fence to address one of the neighbors' concerns. I want to make this very clear. I think that this applicant has gone above and beyond, if you will, and reacted and responded to every question and every condition requested of them in regards to this project. This is a very positive project. It is a project that's going to benefit the county. It is providing very, very positive utility and transportation infrastructure requirements as part of your future comprehensive plan. And I would encourage us to support this project, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Payne? Ms. Bomke?
Okay, if I'm looking at this correctly, you mentioned that the stormwater pond would go, or maybe Mr. Harvey mentioned this, is that going to be in the center? As I look at the map, is that going to be in the center area, or is there room to maybe move it over to another open space area?
There was no room. I think that's where we had to put it, given the area we had to provide for the class.
Okay. And then also, we have the future road in here, the bypass. What are the other proffers involved in this project?
There's a list of conditions.
But there are no proffers.
There's a list of, in the resolution, Ms. Bumke, there's a list of 20 conditions, I believe, 20, including, as I had stated earlier, from a transportation perspective. Is that your question?
Mm-hmm.
The transportation perspective, we're also dedicating 30 feet of right-of-way for Hope Road, 25 feet of right-of-way for Dent Road, 55 feet of right-of-way for Courthouse Road. In addition to that, we're providing a sidewalk, 6-foot wide sidewalk from our site to the elementary school pursuant to the school system's request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne, I have a letter here that was handed me this afternoon that you have not addressed.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
And it is a concern to me. And I think the county attorney has a copy of that letter. And maybe, do you have a copy of that letter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we received a copy along with the board.
Is this something we should discuss in closed session?
Mr. Chairman, our office has previously advised the board on this matter, and our opinion has not changed. But if the board needs more information, I'd be happy to go into closed session and discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sterling?
Well, yeah, I mean, you throw something like that out there, or it's like, we got a letter, it's of concern. It's just a letter that says that they will donate $400,000 to PDR. What's so wrong with... Let's make sure the public knows that.
Well,
I mean,
I don't disagree with that.
It almost sounds like nefarious or something.
No. I just want to make sure that where the legal ground was. I agree with you.
It's an affirmative statement.
Matter of fact, we can read the letter.
It will make that part of it. I think it should be read into the record or made part of the record or something. I mean, I would certainly... I've got no problem with that.
Can I address that real quick, Mr. Chairman? You had asked me about it. And from the beginning, when we filed our application, we evaluate every project. We come to leadership and every district supervisor, ask them what their priorities, concerns are. That's how we start out every project. When we submitted our initial application, in the initial application, conditioned, if you will, that we would provide a donation amount of $400,000 to the PDR program to offset the impact of the additional 25 units. That's what we did in our initial application. Staff said you can't provide cash to offset impacts. So we said, and I've said this publicly, I provided letters publicly, we'll donate it. We'll make it a gift to offset what those impacts would be. I reiterated that in this letter, whether it would be a condition or a gift. I'm on the record of saying we're going to make the gift if this project moves forward, one way or the other.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Payne, you're an attorney, land use attorney. You see that according to state law, that this is something that would help offset according to what state law would allow. I mean, the state law allows for offsetting contributions, proffers, whatever you want to call them, to offset the impacts of things. And you would see it as such?
I think the appropriate way to answer that is you have been provided advice from your counsel, and we're not here to debate that publicly. What my response is going to be, we believe there is an impact with the additional units, and we believe this is the best way to address it in the immediate area. That's why we made the offer.
Mr. Mildy.
Now I was going to throw in the word mitigate is what comes to mind.
Right.
Yeah, this mitigates the impact, and it's not just it's. We'll read it into the record, but it's based on the value and the way the PDR works.
Correct.
400,000 in the history of our PDR program turns into 800,000, and that's about 40 units that would be saved under the current conditions of PDR. Those amounts vary by a few $1,000s, but it's more than enough to keep that many units from being built somewhere else. That hence the mitigation. So that's the logic behind that.
And the challenge is through the CUP process is finding the adequate way to offset that impact, and that's the challenge, which is why we've agreed to make the donation.
That's what I'm bringing up. Any other questions for Mr. Payne? Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I will open the public hearing. Once again, I'll remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. State your name and your address. Please stick to the topic. When the lights come on, green is go. You've got the yellow light is wind it up, and the red light is please complete your remarks. I do have one speaker card, Mr. Mike Grant. What's he saying?
Oh, I have to start for the green light to come on. Okay, I misunderstood. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I've tried to follow this issue as a citizen that lives along Stafford, or Little Rocky Run, that's on the east side of the northeast bypass. My name is Mike Grant, my family, and I live at 17 Little Rocky Run Lane. In November, the Planning Commission entertained this item. At the motion of Ms. Bailey, it was postponed. Part of that postponement was to allow for communications with residents that were affected by the development. To the best of my knowledge, such communication has not occurred outside the 2 certified letters that were mailed from the county about the Board of Supervisors meeting last month, in which this as an agenda item fell off, and then tonight's meeting. I'm just stating that for the record. Secondly, the northeast bypass in this is in the future, but it affects this development in the sense of the right-of-way that may or may not be given, and there's an assumption being made, I would call it an assumption, about it being a 2-lane road. I'm suspect of that in the sense that the Hospital Boulevard is a 4-lane road. It just seems hard for me to fathom that the county would build a bypass consisting of a 2-lane road to relieve congestion in the courthouse area. Right now, again, the Hospital Boulevard is a 4-lane road. So my concern as a citizen then, whose back line backs up to the eastern edge of whatever this right-of-way may or may not look like, is I have no idea what it looks like. I can chuckle like Ms. Sellers and say that where there are now mature trees, there will be nothing, and I'll be advised of a development, and that's well and good. But I'm pretty certain the buffers that were described in the GDP and in the oral comments tonight do not address whatever that buffer looks like between my back property line and the hardtop. My back property line and the easement for the sewer line. My back property line, and I look across to the buffers that were talked about in the new residential area. So my concern is, right now, residents along Hope Road, Raleigh Lane, and Little Rocky Run are getting short shrift in this in terms of information, in terms of involvement in the process. Tonight I can't ask any questions, but wow, what a chance with the right people in the room, perhaps with Mr. Mildy and others that are concerned about it in terms of his district, to really get into this. And as far as I know, we have not been afforded that opportunity. So that's all I have, and thank you for the opportunity to appear this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Anyone else on my right wish to address this issue, pro or con?
Elaine Calendar, 622 Lancaster Street. I'm in the Falmouth district, but I am concerned about our courthouse area, how it's developed. I think there's a number of positives about this proposal, but I think you need to take your time with it. Clearly, as the gentleman just said, citizens in that vicinity would like more opportunity to ask questions and so forth. Seems to me you could have a town hall meeting at the school board office or community center there and invite all the residents to come over. A few of the things I noted, first off, 3 of the planning commissioners voted no, and that concerns me. They must have had good reason to vote no, and it would be good. I haven't read the minutes of those meetings, but it would be good to know what their concerns were. It always concerns me when 32 acres of woods are stripped to put in a development, and you're talking about 1 tree in the front yard and 1 in the back. How large are these trees? Are they going to be replaced if they die? That's quite an impact on our environment, and so I would, the idea about the donation to the purchase of development rights is intriguing. And how about donating a covered bus stop and support for comprehensive bus service for this county? We're way behind the times on that. Everybody thinks they need to have 2 or 3 cars per household. The county needs to do more. You're going to urbanize the courthouse area. Well, let's get smart and do something about comprehensive bus service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calder. Anyone else on my right wishing to speak for or against this issue? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Carson Ryan. I'm 3200 Cliff Avenue, Richmond, Virginia.
Mr. Ryan, if you would pull that microphone up just a little bit.
Behind.
Thank you, sir.
Before that, I was the pastor of the Summit Presbyterian Church here in North Stafford, and while as pastor there, we worked with the Presbytery, which is 110 congregations in Central Virginia, to purchase one of these 2 pieces of property, 13 acres there on Courthouse Road, in order to start a new church. With the development of the hospital and other things there, we decided that we would move to another location and therefore put the property on the market 3 or 4 years ago, and this contract has been going on for about 3 years. And we'd just like to speak in favor, of course, of you approving this tonight, this conditional use permit. It seems from what we've been told that all the conditions of the county have been met, and people have worked well with the Board of Supervisors as well as planning staff, and I hope that you'll see fit to give it your approval. And thank you very much for your time and for your leadership here in the county.
Thank you, Pastor. Anyone else on my right? Seeing none, anyone on my left wishing to speak for or against the application?
Good evening.
My name's Wallace Burris. I live in 9 Little Rocky Run Lane. I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before. Probably won't need the 3 minutes because I talk real fast. Have a few things to say.
Don't be nervous. There's only 3 or 4 million people watching.
A little bit about that's okay. A little bit about me. I'm retired military. I currently work at FEMA. I retired 17 years ago and we moved to Stafford. I was working in Reston. We chose Stafford because good schools, proximity, and the distance from DC, and there was plenty of room for growth. A lot of room for growth, which is why I don't understand why we want to pack everything in. We're not adverse to progress. We watched the extension of the HOV, which we knew was going to make things grow. The new public safety center, the new firehouse. We applaud the courthouse redevelopment. And finally, we're fixing the intersection in Falmouth, which is long overdue. But 10 years ago, I sat here and listened to this board debate traditional neighborhood developments at a quiet town center and down in Eskimo Hill. They never materialized. They decimated a quiet town center and probably one of the best Chinese restaurants I ever ate at, Imperial Garden, but that's okay. And we've also watched unconstrained growth everywhere else. Down 630, there's 3 or 4 new subdivisions being built. I want to talk about motivation. I live here, you live here, the developers don't live here. I'm motivated by desire to maintain a reasonable standard of life. Again, not averse to progress. You're hopefully here motivated by desire to improve Stafford. Developers are motivated by profit. As their agent just said, they're donating $400,000 to put 25 more houses in there. Progress is putting 50 houses in there where they are, where it's zoned to be. I sat here and listened to the very first proposal, and it seemed like the developer worked with the community, and he did everything. No one has talked to us about it. No one has said anything to us about it, and here you are, a big stack of stuff right here, and you're just going to accept it. So, again, 50 houses in this area, that's progress, maintains our investments, maintains safety, maintains quality of life, eliminates a bypass to nowhere because putting a 2 or 4 lane road dead end into Hope Road is crazy. So I ask you to vote against this cluster and just approve it as it's zoned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service to your country. Anyone else on my left like to speak? Yes, sir.
Computer, please. I'm David Starr from 106 Hope Road, and I am in for support of a much more simpler resolution 1517 than the denial of discontinuing this CUP 14150025552. Again, this subdivision was voted on by the Planning Commission with a split vote, 4 to 3. Hey, in the last week, I have spoken to every member, every parcel of land that neighbors this. In every parcel of land, I have signatures by the land owners here that goes ahead and says that they do not support the passage of this development. Now, I will state that every single person who signed this petition here went ahead and also stated that they are in some support of the developer. They have contracts on the land. They go ahead and they know that it's their right to go ahead and develop it. But it's just that. It's their right, by right, to develop 50 homes. This board has two choices tonight. 1516 to develop it with 20-some additional things, or 1517 to go ahead and deny it. There's many concerns about this, in which I'm sure y'all have read the concerns in the minutes or watched the video. Commissioner Cohen's had concerns about the road. There was concerns about the open spaces of the road. The bypass road itself is only 1,500 feet from Stafford Avenue, and the traffic analysis in which they gave, there was they stated the speed limit as 35 miles an hour. It's actually 30. So, and they never went ahead and looked at the traffic on Stafford Avenue, which is the twin of this road, which is a 2-lane road, and a road they're proposing to go ahead and put in as a two-lane road with no improvements, because Hope Road stays a two-lane road. Okay. In summary, this is a bad site plan with no open spaces right here. They have, I can't do it, but they're buffering out the open spaces from the community, because that is a drainage ditch. Their open spaces are a drainage ditch and everything else. Last week, y'all approved a good site plan, 7-0. The rest of my remarks are in front of you. Thank you very much, and have a good day. And please deny this and oppose 15 or support 1517. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Anyone else on my left would like to speak for or against the application?
Great job, man. Perfect lead-in for me. Paul Waldowski, 8 Pickett Lane. Where's Waldo? Well, welcome, Miller and Smith. Your attorney said it was 5-2, the Planning Commission. I just learned it's 4-3. And if you just saw the last presentation, I think the citizen upstaged both staff and the applicant. It's really nice to say that this is consistent with the comp plan, but the comp plan's out of date. And from my perspective, when I see $400,000 coming out of somewhere for 25 houses, my father would say someone's getting deep pockets somewhere. Stormwater management has always been one of my primary concerns in this county. And as the last speaker just spoke, he proved to you, he showed you the buffering aspects. He showed you the open spaces. I've explained to you many, many times about bad developments, and to make comparisons with the so-called development of on 630 and Shelton Shop Road, the Shelton Woods, which is now totally bulldozed down. I guess you're waiting for some of those $450,000 to $500,000 contracts. Well, I'm from Missouri. Show me the jobs. Sequestration's coming to this area. Show me the jobs. You know, that's what I keep on telling you. I'm the type of person who can purchase that type of property, because I don't care who you elect in office anymore today, because I've already set up my infrastructure. Also, comments about urban development areas. I keep telling you about these things. House Bill 869 and Senate Bill 274. 3 years ago, 2/23/2012, made them optional. If you don't get them out of the comp plan and you don't get there, these attorneys are going to come in here and they're going to keep on using our words against their aspects to get what one of the speakers already said. They're developers. They don't live here. If that land wasn't good enough for the churches, then why did he move away? What can I say? It's nice when you're an outsider and now you come back and you say, oh, approve it. Well, good. You know, I've lived here 25 years now. This is home, and I'm going to fight right to the bitter end until people realize that you are overdeveloping this county. You're making bad decisions because it feels good. But the question always comes back, does it do good? This subdivision does not do good. And if you pass it because it feels good, well, like I said, election day is 9 months ago, 9 months from today.
Thank you, Mr. Waldowski. Anyone else in the room would like to speak in favor or against this application? With that said, I'll turn it back to the applicant. Mr. Payne, I would appreciate it if you would read this letter into the record.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, this letter actually reflects several other communications very similar to which we've had and sent to the county with a similar request. I don't want you to think just came up today because the date on it is March 3rd. So this is very consistent with what we have been providing the county for some time. Do you want me to read just the language, the key language, or read the entire letter?
I would like for you to read the entire letter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is addressed to Mr. Jeff Harvey, Planning Director. It references the applicable project. Dear Jeff, hope this finds you well. We again would like to reiterate our commitment to the following as a proposed condition to the above referenced zoning matter. And there's, quote, as an affirmative statement in accordance with the positive corporate goodwill as a new business in Stafford County, and this voluntary condition deriving solely from the applicant regarding that certain conditional use permit, zoning application CUP 14-150252, known as Courthouse Manor, collectively the project. The applicant will contribute and donate the sum of $400,000 to the county's Preservation Development Rights Program, parenthetical PDR program, for purposes of assisting the county in preserving rural and environmentally sensitive areas within the acquired district, which donation will assist in offsetting any impacts deriving from the additional residential density requested pursuant to this application. The applicant agrees to coordinate all donation efforts described herein with the applicable PDR county staff and commissions. The entire donation payment will be made no later than upon the final site approval for the project. Please feel free to call me with any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I appreciate that. You can go ahead with any rebuttal you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first I'd state, and I think I'm fairly consistent with this, citizens matter very much. I know they matter to you. They matter to us as our neighbors. They matter to us as adjoining property owners. I recollect that there were several Planning Commission meetings in regards to this project. I recollect that there was one individual who reached out to us, or we were asked to contact, was Mr. Tremblay, which we did. I had several conversations with Mr. Tremblay regarding buffering his adjoining site, and we accommodated him in the GDP, and he verbally told me, and I believe Ms. Bailey, that he supported the project. So I don't want him to think that we were hiding from anyone, because we don't, and we do appreciate the comments. I'd also say that this is very typical for a rezoning or a zoning application with public comment regarding just the impact. This project is within a planned high growth area. It's also a planned new road project that shows up on your comprehensive plan. We've got to deal with it, and unfortunately so do our neighbors, whether they're prepared for it or not. So we propose a project that we believe is consistent with your comprehensive plan and your requirements, and that's what we've done here. I don't think a 4-lane road would work there. I don't think the neighbors would want a 4-lane road there. A 2-lane road seems to accommodate the county's goals, and I think Mr. Harvey has concurred with that and his staff, and also accommodates the project in regards to making it work. I do apologize. I did say 5-2. I was wrong. It was 4-3. And I do regard a couple of the issues that Mr. Cohen and Mr. Appicello typically raise about cluster developments is sort of a spirit issue of clustering, not necessarily whether we were in accordance with the ordinance on clustering. Two different things. And in regards to the requirements regarding the right-of-way, etc. Again, I know you saw a lot of the people who are on that map who are against this project. Most of them are along that right-of-way for the future bypass road. We have no control of that. That is the line drawn on your future transportation plan. So we are working, obviously, in that accord to ensure that we fulfill the requirements of the comprehensive plan as we work with staff and others to make that happen. The other comment that I didn't make earlier, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that of the changes on the conditions, and Mr. Harvey can confirm that staff is agreeable to our proposed changes that is in the current resolution. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Payne? Ms. Bonke?
Okay, this project is within the redevelopment area,
yes,
correct? So potentially TDRs could be transferred into this area.
Potentially.
Would the applicant be willing, if to proffer that there would be no TDRs coming into this receiving area as a condition?
Yes, we would. Based on the current conditions, yes, we could do that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes.
Can I ask Mr. Dayton a question? Or do I have to ask?
Oh, you can ask Mr. Dayton a question.
Keith, when is the oh God, no, the utilities. When is that supposed to start? I know you said it, but getting to what the gentleman over here said about cutting the trees down. How long could we keep those trees up? Would be my question.
It's a 3-year plan.
It will not start before 2017. We're going to have our briefing to the board at the next meeting on the capital improvement program, and this will be part of the discussion, the courthouse area utilities. And we'll be able to provide additional information then, but not sooner than 2017.
Not sooner than 2017. So could we keep those? I know staff asked for it, but I kind of feel for the residents too that, we don't want to just tear down all those trees and partially grade it and have them with nothing behind them either. I don't think that's fair to those residents either, and to keep the trees up as long as possible would be my preference. I don't know, Mr. Milday, how you feel about that? It's your district.
Actually, well, it's not the master plan for utilities is happening whether or not this rezoning gets approved or a conditional use permit gets approved. The starting point is 2017. The plan overall to provide water and mostly sewer to the courthouse area for economic development is only about a 3.5-year plan. I don't know how much. I don't think our utility lines take up a whole lot of space. The tree removal is minimal on something like that. Roadways, they take up a lot. But of course, I wouldn't try to presume to tell them how they. I assume they have to cut some trees down to get utility lines in.
But there's a difference between a utility line and a road.
You asked about utility lines.
I know, but that's because that's what they said was in the near future. And I'm thinking of the residents here who like having some trees in their backyard.
Well, you're asking if we could, instead of keeping the area clear so it has a visible look.
Yeah, keep the trees there.
I'm with you. That's completely
remove
fine.
that condition.
And if I may add, upon the first subdivision plan approval, we're to dedicate that 60-foot right-of-way area to the county. At that point in time, it's up to the county when they want us to clear it.
Okay.
So you can keep it in place as long as the county desires, and then ask us to clear it whenever the county is.
While we're asking questions, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
I'm on the infrastructure committee, and I'm on the community and economic development subcommittee, and I've been the quiet district supervisor into my 10th year now. I'm telling you, unfortunately, I think the road's needed. I know the road's needed. Dead heading or not, we need to get connections north-south to get from the Hope Road area to the Courthouse Road area, but we're not going to get it anytime soon. It won't be when I'm around. There's no plan. We've run out of money to finish the road projects we have clearly identified and engineered on our infrastructure plan now. I don't see that road being built for 15 or 20 years under the best circumstances. So that's my educated opinion on whether or not that road is going to get built anytime soon. I just think that's important to add.
You still need to acquire the other 28% of the road.
Not to mention it doesn't connect completely, right? It's just how we do it. When you come in for a rezoning or a conditional use permit or a site plan approval, you're asked to dedicate that property. That does not speed up the road one bit. We weren't waiting for someone to give us the land so we could go build the road. The road's going to be a multi-million-dollar proposition, and we don't have that money.
Any other questions for Mr. Payne?
Does that mean you're not going to clear those trees in that right of way?
I'm more than happy to ask that condition be removed. I don't know that it was
keep it at least just. Now when you go clear for everything else, don't clear it. Keep those trees, at least in the county's right of way.
There's a cost of grading that matters too. Looking at the topography would matter. I think we're probably trying to get the builder to do some of the expensive work.
Well, I understand that, but you got to think about these people too, and kind of feel.
I think it'd be reasonable to let staff take that into consideration. If it's not,
I think Mr. Payne may have an answer for you.
Well, some of that grading and clearing is going to have to occur in regards to our project as well. So we'll be developing the site there. Whether we have to clear all the trees or not, we don't have to do that. But some of it will be partially graded.
Anything else from Mr. Payne?
I might as well just go through these with him, and you can, if the county staff disagrees. If a developer develops that by right 50 units, or uses TDR in 100 units. They're not going to be using a cluster concept at that point. We heard some criticism about the open space that's proposed now. What kind of open space would a developer or your client be required to leave if you weren't doing a cluster? You can't, it doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Milday,
You both know the answer.
as I mentioned in the presentation, the code requires buffers adjacent to between the neighborhood and the school and the neighborhood and the church. If this was a by right development, those would be the only green areas, so to speak. That'd be
25 feet, how much are they?
It depends on the intensity of plantings and whether a fence is provided. It could vary from, I think, around 20, 25 feet to something less than that.
Right. And right now you're looking at, those. Looking at a map, it's hard to tell. Those look like they're several hundred feet, but they're in odd shapes. That's a lot more than 20, 25 feet right now. Coming up to a road that's also not going to be built anytime soon. So there's quite a bit of buffer between the houses to the east. Now, Jeff, when you send these letters out to all the neighbors, and Mr. Starr circled them all, and I know some of them, and I've talked to some of them, about this project, and how do they? What do the letters say? You said, how many letters do they get?
Mr. Milday, notice is sent to all the adjacent property owners as well as owners across the street, and notice is sent in advance of both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors public hearings. So properties who are adjacent or across the street get 2 letters, for both, one for each public hearing.
And that notifies them that there's a public hearing to come talk or
Yes.
come get involved if they'd like.
Yes, the staff also posts signs along the public street frontage to notify anybody driving by the area that there's a public hearing.
All right. And why do we do that? Why do we have that type of why do we have this type of, I'll call it a town hall type of meeting? Why do we do this? Do we do it because we think it's a good idea? Are we obligated to do it?
With regard to public hearings, that's an obligation that the state imposes on the county.
All right. Thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, I have one more question.
Please.
Sorry. And when you go to build a road, is there a public hearing associated with that? I know you know the answer. Keith knows the answer.
Mr. Milday, if it's the county building the road, there is a public hearing involved, typically in the capital improvements plan with the budget. Also, too, there may be additional public hearings involved if the project involves federal funding, because there's a public hearing component requirement for that as well.
So there's another opportunity for the public to weigh in before a road is actually built.
Yes, and also our comprehensive plan requires public hearings for that as well, and any elements of the comprehensive plan. So in this particular case, there's probably been 5 or 6 public hearings already that didn't specifically focus on that individual issue, but was part of a larger context.
All right. Now another question for Charlie Payne. Charlie, your client is the purchaser, but the church owns this property still?
In the Bowling family, correct.
In the Bowling family.
The Bowling family has owned it for many.
What, they just wake up one morning and decide, because it's been nice open space and protected and a view shed for a lot of people here for quite some time.
Sure.
What happened? They just woke up and decided they were ready to let it go? They're ready to sell it?
Well, I think the representative from the church explained why they decided to sell the property because of the growth that was happening in the hospital, and they moved to another site. The Bowling family has owned that property since the 60s or 70s. They've held on to it for a very long time.
Last question, Mr. Chairman, for now, Mr. Payne. In your opinion, do you think this property is they're not going, this property is going to get developed one way or the other?
It's going to be developed, absolutely, and likely greater density than what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Question for Mr. Harvey. If it was by right, would there be a stormwater management pond somewhere on the property?
Yes, sir.
And currently about a third of their open space they're taking credit for is the stormwater management pond, right? So that would be there by right. Not all the open space, but some of it.
Some of it, that area that was shown sort of in the center part of the road segment, that was where the storm pond would be.
As I'm thinking about this PDR thing, I'd be asking Kathy if she was here, but she's not normally here in the evening and wouldn't be expecting a PDR question like this to come up. So I'll hopefully ask you, and maybe we need to wait and get an answer from her. But they've developed a very good matrix of inputs and outputs to determine what properties get bought as money comes in. And I'm really concerned, and I want to know the impact of now all of a sudden, if we have money coming into the PDR fund that's earmarked for a specific district, it seems to me that puts everybody else in the other districts at a severe disadvantage, because just for the fact that there's money there, that's going to upset the apple cart as far as how we grade the projects and figure out who's going next. So,
well, Mr. Thomas, the PDR program, as you mentioned, has a ranking system and looks at number of factors, specifically what's the threat of development potential for that property, is it an agricultural use, and other factors. So the rank order wouldn't change as far as the overall strategy on identifying potential properties for purchase of development rights. Again, the issue comes down to, does the board want to prioritize certain properties over others because of available funding?
And that's where my question was leading. So if there's 5 projects next year and the top 2 are not in a quiet district, and we don't have any money from rollback except for the $400,000 that's sitting there, are we just going to leave the $400,000 sitting there, or are we going to move number 3 up? I think those are questions that we need to kind of answer before we go down this new approach with PDR. Kathy seems to be the expert, so I'd like to hear from her on that if we could at some point.
Yes, Mr. Payne.
Mr. Thomas, can I add on to that? The focus on the acquired district is to address the impact in the district where the density is. That's the connection from our perspective.
Any further comments or questions?
No comment. I mean, no question, no comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr.
Harvey.
Chairman.
I'll bring it back to the board. This is in the acquired district. Mr. Mildy, what are your desires? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to get this for, I tell you this. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Mr. Mildy. I got it written down up here, too. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
I'd like to make a motion and get a second for discussion purposes. I'm not sure where we're going to go with this. I'll move our 15-16 with the additional conditions suggested by Mr. Payne in his March 3rd letter, and I'm in the conditions presented tonight.
I have a motion with conditions that have changed, and I have a second.
And I did say the amended conditions.
Amended conditions.
That were referenced by Mrs. Sellers, and the 2 of them, not clearing the trees if possible, and no TDR to increase the density.
Comments? Discussion?
Well, I've kind of framed my comments by just asking questions. Having some control over what happens here affords us, an opportunity. Basically, we have an opportunity here to have some control instead of just letting this happen by right. This is R1 land. It's going to get developed densely. We did pass TDRs, which means anyone with the desire can go buy some development rights and bring them in there and mitigate that way, and not have to give us most of the conditions that are called for here. I'm curious, I'd like to see the map and see how big the stormwater management pond is in that area, because we've heard that a couple times, and I'd like to, can someone bring that?
Can we pull that map back up, please?
Can you kind of show us on here? We see the open space, right? That's the east side.
Yes, Mr. Milday. It would be in this general area. It's not been designed yet. It's in conceptual stage, so we don't know exactly how large it would be. Their engineers may be able to give you some more detail about size, but
you think it takes up that entire area?
It may. I'm not really sure, but the way the topography lays on the site, this is probably the most opportune location for a pond.
So we're not really sure it will be there. Okay. Can you go ahead and outline the other what are being given as open spaces on the project?
Other open spaces are this area.
On the other side of the road.
Going beyond outside the lines here. Sorry. That area in here, we have some open space here.
In the area around the pond, I suppose?
Yes, all this area in here around the pond.
Okay. That's good. That's what I wanted to know.
and the buffers to the adjacent uses.
No.
Schools over
This is the school building right here.
Yeah. It's
Turn your mic on. Any further discussion? Ms. Sellers.
I'm not a huge fan of these conditions, but this is not my district. This is your district. And if you're comfortable with the conditions, then I'll support you on this one. I don't like the conditions, but we can move forward with it.
Mr. Thomas.
For the reasons I mentioned about PDR, I'm curious if the board would entertain a short deferral so we can just understand if we decide to go down this PDR route as a gift or donation, whatever legal way we decide, if we can decide that. If Kathy could give us a warm, cozy feeling that we're not going to upset, a pretty good program we already have in place by earmarking dollars to each district.
I have a substitute motion to defer. What period of time, Mr. Thomas?
Anthony, how long do you think it would take her to analyze? 2 weeks? Very short one? Yeah.
2-week deferral, Mr. Sterling.
Well, I mean, the purpose of...
I need it. I'm sorry, I got to have a second.
The purpose of the funding associated with this, the donation, is to mitigate the impact of this. So I don't know why you would want to make it applicable to another district or any of those aspects.
I'm not saying you would. I'm saying it puts the other districts at a disadvantage.
Let me stop right here because we don't have a second to that substitute motion. And before I can allow any discussion, I need a second. Is there a second? I'll offer a second.
I'll second.
Ms. Bunke has seconded it. Now we have discussion. Mr. Sterling, you done? Mr. Thomas?
No. May I? Well, the problem is, the answer, you made it sound like, well, what are we going to do? Are you going to move it up? Yeah, Matt, exactly what would happen if there's 8 or 10 properties on the list of qualified PDR recipients, and they're ranked in their order. The top one is the one that gets the first money that the PDR program has to buy the development rights and put the land in conservation. They're typically farms or open space. The answer is yes, you have to skip by the ones until you get to one in the quiet district, because that's the only area that would you'd be mitigating the transportation and the schools to the big dogs on as far as impacts caused by housing. No, so it's not complicated to me. It's simple. But secondly, without it, you don't have anything to mitigate the impacts of those extra homes, and I can't support the project because I wouldn't just put 25 extra homes up next to the courthouse without something to mitigate the impacts. And so, I think it makes perfect sense, and it's not that complicated. And of course, we've been allocating proffers by district now for several years on the board. So that if that's part of your concern, Brook Point football field and things like that. So I don't think it's I respect you, but I don't see the problem with it that you're.
Yeah, I don't have a problem earmarking it for a specific district. I mean, if you agree that legally we can do it, that makes sense. But what I'm saying is, what if the first project that fits the Acquired District requires $750,000? So now you have your 400 sitting there. We're going to take 350 out of the regular pot, where those other 2 projects would have had, that first project would have had the 350 applied to his, and now all of a sudden those 2 properties above the Acquired one are at a severe disadvantage.
I'll answer your question.
I'd like to hear staff who is very detailed into this, and Ag PDR committee. I'm not asking we wait for them to look at it, because that could take who knows how long, but I don't want to sit up here and guess on how that might work. I want to know the real answer.
Well, give me a second anyway. I'm going to go ahead and even though you don't want to hear my opinion,
Well, I think he wants staff opinion, and that's
and yours as well.
And I'm not telling you he can't have it.
Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you, since I helped create the PDR program, exactly how it works. First of all, we create the criteria. We voted on it. And they already have that problem when they don't have enough money, or the one farm costs too much and they can't afford it, and they have to skip down to the ones that they can't afford. That's already occurred. So and it is a funded program. Unless this board reverses course on PDR, it's going to have its own money and it's going to be doing its own thing, selecting farms or open space to be preserved with the funding it has. And it's not $400,000, of course. It's going to be about $800,000. We haven't not doubled our money yet in the PDR program, and there's no reason to believe that we won't. So. That's what I think you're going to hear from staff.
Any other discussion? Ms. Bonke.
Is this discussion on the motion?
This is on the substitute motion to defer.
Okay, I don't have any comments on that, but on some.
Anything else? Mr. Thomas.
I'll just add that I'm not convinced that we're legally allowed to do this PDR donation yet, and it gives us time to maybe ask our own questions of the attorneys to get comfortable with that as well.
Anything else? Ms. Bonke?
I would agree with Mr. Thomas on that. I'm not comfortable with, are we setting a precedent if we approve this project and we are going to have other clients come before us that also want to do a gift PDR like this? And if we don't give them that PDR, allow them to have that as part of their project, are we then opening ourselves up to a lawsuit?
Mr. Mildy?
We did a rezoning and we got a football field out of it, but we can't, if the next person offers a football field, we're not obligated to give them a rezoning. In my district, I have, that's one of my responsibilities as a district supervisor is to try to look out for my district and what I think is important and what I think my constituents think is important. I think I understand to some degree what they think is important. I try to fight for those things. But just because we got the football field at South Stafford, turf football field paid for by a developer, doesn't mean that the next person that wants to do that we're obligated to give them what they want because they've offered it. Is that what you just said?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that in those particular arrangements with Brook Point and Stafford High School, those were actually written into the proffers. Okay? The PDR, as I understand, isn't in here. Is that correct?
No, this is a conditional use permit, not a rezoning, so it's a matter of conditions.
I think we're at a point now where everybody's ready to vote. We've hit the wall on this thing. I'll just have the last word on this. I'm going to vote for deferral. I have more concerns with this $400,000 and just how the PDR is going to shake out. I voted a couple, 3 years ago to move proffer money into a football field. It was a huge mistake on my part, and I regret that vote. I am not going to start voting to allow supervisors, including myself, to ask developers to fund their pet projects. That's not what it's all about. So I'm going to vote for this deferral. If the deferral fails, I'll vote against the application. Cast your votes. Motion carries 4-3. Item number 11. Public Works, consider condemnation and exercise of quick take powers to acquire right-of-way on drainage utility and temporary construction, temporary interest easements for the Truslow Road reconstruction project. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Ms. Sellers, as I have family connections with this property, and I will step to the back room.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Christopher Rapp, Director of Public Works. Tonight we have a public hearing for the Truslow Road reconstruction project to present a resolution for the board to consider condemnation and exercise of quick take powers to acquire right-of-way and permanent drainage and utility easements and temporary construction and entrance easements for the Truslow Road reconstruction project. That's proposed resolution 1552. This project is part of the 2008 2008 Transportation Bond Referendum. It's a design-build project, and both the engineer and the contractor have been selected. The property acquisition is underway, and design is complete. Utility relocation will begin this month, and a pardon our dust meeting is scheduled for Thursday. Tonight's public hearing is to consider condemnation and quick take of one property. That's tax map parcel 45-8. The owner of the property is unfortunately deceased. There's multiple heirs to the property. The property is approximately 7.4 acres. You can see in front of you the square footage we need for fee simple right-of-way.
We don't have.
Look, yeah, let's cut to it. In terms of this, is the heirs to the property, are they in disagreement, or is it just because it's going through the difficulty of probate?
Our consultant has made an offer. They have not accepted our offer, but there's one heir has not been located, and the consultant's contacted the relatives, the heirs, and we cannot locate him. He's made one site visit to a prospective home, but it also is the fact that there's no will, there's no formal will that was left as well. So,
and the project's necessary, or this piece of property is necessary for moving forward with the project?
Absolutely.
And how long has it been out there while you tried to contact anybody or been in this process?
Right-of-way acquisition started in November of 2014.
Okay. And is there nobody represents this family in whole because there's no will? That's basically the...
There's one gentleman, a relative, that stepped forward to represent everybody, and that seems to be accepted.
And what's his position on it?
He's the son of one of the...
Has he indicated one way or another, yeah, let's move forward? What's his...
They've counter-offered.
What they counter-offer with? What did we offer him, what they counter-offer with?
We offered him just over $52,000.
And they countered with?
It was approximately $120,000.
And what is the assessed value of it?
That was the $52,000 was the consultants. They appraised the property, and the $52,000 was derived from the appraisal.
Okay, that's not the tax value that the Commissioner of Revenue does. This is outside of that.
That's when they added up all the different square footages. I apologize, it's a little small, but the red bold line is the outline of the property. Again, it's about 7.4 acres. You have the pink portion, which is the land needed for the right-of-way. The portion at the top there is for a cul-de-sac, to cul-de-sac the existing Trustlow Road. The blue is drainage easement. The dark yellow is Verizon easement, and then the actually greenish yellow is the temporary construction easement. And as I mentioned, the county's consultant has met with the heirs. The location of one heir is unknown. After extensive interviews with relatives and an extensive search, county staff is working with, and the consultant is working with the heirs to alleviate any concerns they have. But at this point, they have not agreed to an offer. So we're recommending approval of Resolution 1552. In the meantime, we'll continue to negotiate with the heirs. The construction schedule is fairly fast-paced. We're hoping for a completion date of January 2016 and start of construction this spring. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions the board may have.
Anybody have any questions? Okay. Well, at this time, I guess we'll open the public hearing. I don't see any speaker cards. So we'll go with to my right. Anybody would like to speak? Anybody to the left? Mr. Waldowski?
He wasn't here for the conversation. How can he speak on it?
Well, seeing no speakers, I guess I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
It's in the Hartwood District. Who's making the... Oh, his family connection, that's what it was.
Yeah, it's in the Falmouth District.
$15.52.
I move for approval of R15-52.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Thomas?
We've had a couple of these come up in the past in similar projects, and I think the key point here is we've always told staff, keep trying to negotiate to the very, very end, but this does give them permission if for some reason they can't do that to go ahead and move forward. So with that.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Well, cast your vote. Tally the vote. The motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Item number 12, Planning and Zoning, consider plat vacation at Able Lake Forest. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I have the computer, please? The request is to vacate a portion of utility and slope and drainage easement for Lot 3 within the Able Lake Forest neighborhood, which is off of Kellogg Mill Road within the Hartwood election district. The applicant, who is the owner of the property, is Spencer Sullivan. This is the location of the property. It's at the corner of Lake Forest Drive and Kellogg Mill Road. The applicant is intending on building a home on the property, but the proposed drain field location happens to coincide with the existing easement. This is the aerial photos you can see right now. The site's currently undeveloped. There is a pond located to the sort of northeast corner of the property. So based on that and the drainage, the location of the drain field is generally going to be close to the existing right-of-way. So therefore, there is a need to vacate this easement, which conflicts with the location of the drain field. Health Department regulations would not allow the drain field to be within the easement. This is the overall plat of the subdivision, and this shows Lot 3 within the subdivision. They're annotated on the plat itself that there's drainage and slope easements and utility easements along the road frontage. This area shows the shaded area to be vacated, which would enable the drain field to be located in that vicinity. Staff is coordinated with VDOT, and VDOT has no concerns with regard to vacating this easement as far as slope and drainage because Kellogg Mill Road is currently built. It's in existence today, and this easement is no longer needed for roadway maintenance purposes. Also, the applicant hired an engineer that did a report and checked with local utilities, and there have been no apparent conflicts identified for any private utilities in this area. Staff would recommend the board consider adoption of the ordinance to vacate this easement that was shown on the original subdivision plat.
Any questions for Mr. Harvey? Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is the applicant available? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address.
My name is Spencer Sullivan. I'm at 715 Grafton Street. The reason for the request for vacation of the easement is to build a conventional drain field on that site to build a single family home on that 11-acre parcel.
Any questions of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. With that, I'll open the public hearing. I'll remind everyone you have 3 minutes to speak for or against the application. Please state your name and address. Anyone on my right wishing to speak for or against the application? Seeing none, anyone on my left wishing to speak for or against the application? Bring it back to the board. I have a motion and a second for acceptance. Please cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Good, Mr. Sullivan. Item number 13, consider the Commissioner of Revenue consider setting payment due dates for supplemental taxes and prorated personal property taxes. Mr. Majowski.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ordinance 015-11 amends the Stafford County Code Section 23-2.3 entitled Due Dates for Tangible Personal Property Taxes. Currently, supplemental tax bills and regular tax bills both share the same due dates. Supplemental tax bills are a completely different animal than regular tax bills. Regular tax bills represent property that was in the county January 1st of each year. Supplemental tax bills represent taxable property we pick up throughout the year. It's also billed throughout the year. Excuse me. Confusion occurs because we'll sometimes send out a tax bill 6 months before it's due. People forget to pay. Sometimes they forget why they're getting the bill. Sometimes they can pay twice. What this ordinance will do is it will provide a payment schedule that matches the billing schedule for the supplemental tax bills. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Majewski? Thank you, Mr. Majewski. Then I'll open the public hearing. Does anyone on my right wish to speak for or against? Anyone on my left wish to speak for or against? Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Sellers motion, Mr. Cavalier second. Cast your votes. Tally the votes. Motion carries 6-1. Item number 14, Treasurer, consider participation in the Virginia Investment Pool. Ms. Rudy.
I'm telling you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Laura Rudy, the treasurer, and tonight is the proposed ordinance to authorize participation in the VACO VML Virginia Investment Pool. This was presented to the FAB committee earlier, and tonight I'd like to introduce Bob Lauterberg, the managing director of the VML VACO Finance, and he has a brief presentation on the Virginia Investment Pool. Brief.
I've gotten the word to keep this very brief, which I will try to do. Thank you for having me here today to talk about the Virginia Investment Pool. As Ms. Rudy said, this is your vote tonight is to adopt an ordinance to allow the treasurer to consider this as an option for investment of the county's portfolio. Let me tell you a couple things about VML VACO Finance so that you know who we are. We're a program that was created by the Virginia Municipal League, the Virginia Association of Counties. VML and VACO appoint the board of directors for our program, which is a nonprofit 501c4 corporation. We provide governmental financing, investment management, and accounting services. Importantly, I think to Stafford County, all of our bonds and notes are issued through the IDA of Stafford County and the City of Stanton. This is an authority that was created specifically for our program about 12 years ago.
Has very famous alumni from that group.
Very famous alumni. Mr. Milday was one of the first members of the
Notorious. 03? Is that what it was?
Yes, probably about 03. And today you have 3 citizen members who serve on the board: Terry Payne, Mike Lovett, Gary Atkins. And all the citizen members have been very thoughtful, contribute a lot to the success of this program. We're also registered as municipal advisors with the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. Now, to give you a brief overview on VIP, I'm going to hit some of the highlights from these slides. The investment objective of this program is to invest in short-term fixed income securities. The portfolio uses a benchmark. It's the Bank of America Merrill Lynch 1 to 3 year corporate government index. The second important objective is to preserve capital. So it's a very conservatively managed portfolio that's investing in 1 to 3 year securities. This program has a rating from Standard & Poor's of AA-F. S&P assigns a rating of volatility of S1. That's the lowest level of volatility for a fixed income fund. Funds are managed by Public Trust Advisors, one of the largest investment managers for local government investment pools in the country. And we started about a year ago. We have about $155 million invested as of today. A locality that joins VIP would use this fund to invest funds that are available for 1 year or longer. So this is ideal for fund balances that are carried over from year to year and for long-term reserve funds. You typically would use this with a money market fund or an overnight investment fund. It's not intended to be used for operating funds that the county plans to use in the coming year. What makes this fund different from other investments is, number one, a higher expected rate of return. Compared to local government investment pools that generally invest in money market type instruments, this is invested in 1 to 3 year securities. So the rate of return is today 5 times higher than a money market fund. This is not a product, it's more of a way of local governments to invest jointly. So tonight, by adopting the ordinance, you'll be voting to jointly exercise your power to invest with other local governments. And this program is owned and controlled by local governments. It's a governmental trust. The Board of Trustees is appointed or is elected by the participants in the program. This is currently the Board of Trustees. These were elected at our annual meeting last fall by participants in the trust fund. This gives you a good feel for who is participating in the trust at this point. And we have good representation of all types of localities. Now, key question is, why invest jointly with other local governments? And these are 5 reasons. 1, there's more safety, less volatility, because you're investing in a larger pooled portfolio with other local governments. It's a very diverse portfolio that'll be less subject to market volatility. You have semi-monthly liquidity. As emergency needs arise, you can access your funds on a twice-monthly basis. There's professional investment management in the fund with public trust advisors, and cost sharing, the ability to share costs with other participants. This is what the portfolio looks like. About half of this is in corporate notes, municipal bonds. These are securities that's probably the most difficult for a treasurer to invest in, because before investing in these areas, you want to do thorough research, which is one of the benefits of the program. And the last slide, the expected rate of return. The return to the investors in the portfolio come from 2 sources. The income return, and this is basically the coupon that's paid on the securities in the portfolio, and also the price return. The income return is something you can readily quantify. You look at basically everything the portfolio is invested in, and you can determine what the blended yield is from those investments. For our portfolio, the current yield is 55 basis points. Compare that to a money market fund at about 10 basis points, and you can see this is considerably higher return. The price return is basically the return when you look at the market value of the securities that we're investing in. And these are priced in the market every day, and so there's some minor fluctuation that occurs with those securities. And that's why we tell participants in the fund, this is a fund for funds that you're able to invest for 1 year or longer. Historically, in times where interest rates are more normal than they are today, the difference in yield between this 1 to 3 year investment and a money market fund will be about a full percentage point. And so that's the Virginia investment pool.
Well, any questions? Mr. Sterling.
They're going to be above the money mark. What is the annual rate of return? If we got $1,000 invested, what's the annual rate of return that taxpayers can?
Okay, well, the yield today is 55 basis points. The total return for...
So 0.55%.
Right, and the total return, taking into account the price return, was about 0.9% over the last 12 months.
So 0.9%. Not even inflation. Doesn't even keep up with inflation at that rate.
Right.
You lose money.
But compared to a money market fund where local governments are largely investing, they're getting, they're earning 0.1% there. So they're doing considerably better in a fund like this.
They're losing less money on an annual basis than they'd lose otherwise?
They're investing in something that's very conservatively managed. So this is this is a fund. We're getting the yield we're able to get because we're going 1 to 3 years on the horizon. But you still have access to the funds in an emergency twice a month. So it's a very unique kind of investment for that reason.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'll just note I'll continue to invest my own money.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak for or against?
Where's Waldo? Paul Waldowski, 8 Picket Lane. I'm against it. I'm against any kind of government participation, especially in something that's in its infancy here. This has only been around, he said it started a year ago. I love when I hear, it's almost like an attorney, an expected higher rate of return. Sounds subjective to me. I think we do just fine with our own financial aspects. I don't think we need to integrate with any of the other 94 counties in the Commonwealth or any of the cities that are incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Waldowski. Anyone else like to speak for or against? Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Mr. Thomas, you're chairman of the Finance and Budget. I think your committee reviewed this. Is that correct?
We did. We voted to bring it to the board. I don't think we made a recommendation either way because it was the first time we saw it. We had basically the same presentation. And I just want to clarify for the board that we're not voting to invest dollars in this. We're just giving the treasurer, who has the constitutional responsibility to invest money for us, one more option in the myriad of investments she can make.
I agree. Mr. Sterling?
Ms. Rudy, since you're the one who makes the decision on what to invest and where within the legal confines,
Yes.
what do you currently have in terms of the various options to invest in?
Well, we have the LGIP, and as Mr. Lauterberg alluded to, that is at currently 0.13. Of course, we have our bank accounts with the cash flow fluctuation of that, and that's really managing just the day-to-day, what's going on, and trying to maintain a certain balance, maybe avoid service charges, things like that. And then we also use PFM, who is also our financial advisor, so we do some investments with them as well.
Those investments, I mean, we don't just give them money and they stick it in a mattress. What are those?
No.
What are our potential yields on what you can legally?
Yeah, I mean, you have by the Code of Virginia, there are stipulations on where you can invest the funds for how long in that, and with this product, much like the OPEB pool trust, there are limitations with the OPEB pool trust. Of course, it's a longer term, so it's a little bit different, but that's where everything has to be within the guidelines of that with our investment policy, whether it's with PFM or in here.
And what are and also take into account like VRS and what VRS can invest in. Are we more limited than what VRS's pool is allowed to invest?
I don't do the investing for VRS.
No, but don't you know what they're allowed to legally invest
I don't get into those details, no.
Mr. Chairman, the VRS is invested in equities. This is cash and cash. This is cash and cash equivalents, essentially.
Mr. Thomas?
I failed to make a motion after my comment. I apologize. I'd like to move for 01513.
I have a motion, a second. Any discussion?
What's
yes, Mr. Miller.
Quick question. We can only make. There's a limit on how much money interest you can earn. There were years in my first couple of years where we were bumping up against on some of our investments what we were allowed to earn because of the interest we were paying on it. What's that word again?
Arbitrage.
Yeah. How do you get from one?
That would be more of the bonds and issues with that.
But we invest that money and we can't earn more than we're paying interest. Is that what that?
That's right. There's an IRS penalty if you do. Those were the days.
How do we get from 0.13 to making too much interest than we could afford, which would have been over 2% or 2.5%?
The Fed.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Seeing none, cast your vote. Tally the vote. Motion passes 7-0. Our meeting is adjourned until March 17th.